of wheels.
An Easter Sunday special presentation.
Never driven nails into a man's flesh.
Richard Burton stars in The Robe.
The Savior's the Son of God.
The Roman Tribune who won the Holy Garment of Christ, which almost drove him mad.
No, he was crucified and buried, and that's the end of him.
That was the beginning.
Gene Simmons and Victor Mature star with Richard Burton in The Robe, Easter Sunday at 6 on Channel 9.
I'm in the booth with Bill Murray, who's an interesting fellow. Some of you know him from the Little League here around the Chicago area in Wilmette. Some of you know him from stage and screen, but a lot of them don't know the fact that you can hit the baseball pretty well. We've got some pictures of you before the game. How did it feel like taking some swings?
Well, I felt real good. I was looking for a fastball, and I got it, and I was just very fortunate to get good wood on it and drive it out into the outfield.
But then they try to knock you down. What happened here?
Well, they respect me, and they try to take the outside corner of the plate for themselves, see what happened there, and of course, well, that hurt a little bit, but I've got a lot of personal problems, and they know I've got a bad hand. And look at this guy. He's pitching away from me. He tries to hit me. Then he won't throw me a decent pitch. And then he finally does, and I groove it. And he knows he'll never throw me that pitch again.
Well, pretty exciting. The fact that you hit with no spikes on. Has that been your style through the majority of your career?
Yeah, I never hit. I rubber spikes was as good as it ever really got for me. But without spikes, it psychologically, it plays havoc with the other team. When they realize I don't even wear a uniform, they don't know what to expect.
Now, I know you've been a Cubs fan for a long time. You said, in fact, that since birth, right?
Yes, since birth. I was baptized Cubs fan.
Now, it's a beautiful day here today, something that you haven't seen in the last couple of days. You've been watching the broadcast?
I've been watching these last two, and it looks so cold out there. And it's beautiful today, except up here in the booth where there is no sun, and we live like worms.
I know tremendous preparation for this job. I know you probably went over the lineup of the Montreal Expos and know everything there is to know about this Montreal club.
Well, I spent the first couple hours I got here today just trying to figure out where the smoking links are. They don't have smoking links, ladies and gentlemen. They don't have smoking links anymore. I'm eating one of these David Berg hot dogs. Dave Berg's a great man, but he never made a smoking link.
It's going to be a tough day for you then.
Well, I usually start with a smoking link. They used to have the smoking link guy grilling them right down there on the third base side. They had an outdoor grill there. Except there was a fire one day, and that was bad for the smoking links, I guess. I don't know, but they're gone.
Everything's okay now?
Better.
Oh, good. It should be interesting today. The Cubs looking for their first win of the year, and we've had some guys in the booth who have not been able to bring the Cubs their first win at Wrigley Field. Do you think you can do that today?
Well, I don't look for any problems today because it's a beautiful day. This is Cub weather. I think psychologically these Montreal people are here, and they're playing the game in English down here. I think they'll be confused, they'll be rattled, and the Cubs will be able to get to them early and hold on.
A lot of folks don't know that you were a catcher, but you've already secured Harry's net. Does that mean that any foul ball in this area is going to be snagged by you?
Well, I think Jodi Davis had better watch out because I think I can see a way to get down there just swinging from the rafters. If I have to, I'll take it away from him.
Looks like you felt pretty comfortable up at bat.
I did feel pretty comfortable until he threw that one right at my stomach. I mean, the stomach is, I live on my stomach, and David Berg, knows that as well as anybody. I swing pretty good, especially when I'm loose. I had a lot of chewing gum early this morning, and I was really ready.
Well, Glenn Brummer said that you being a big star and all, making all that money, that he was going to get you. If he got a chance to get you, he was going to get you, but you moved a little too quickly for him.
Glenn Brummer is the guy who was throwing batting practice. If anybody sees this guy's car out in the parking lot, I want you to see if you can open it.
A lot of friends and family around the Chicagoland area. Did you have to leave any passes at the game today?
Yeah, a lot of relatives I generally don't hear from are going to be here at the game today. Yeah, they're out there today, and I notified the people with Andy Frame that there could be some problems.
So hold down the crowd.
Well, we've got some sort of a water gun, like a fire cannon that the fire department here has been nice enough to loan us, and it's stationed right behind where my immediate family is.
Well, it should be an interesting ball game. The Cubs looking for their first win, and you stay with us because we're going to have a look at the starting pitchers after these messages.
We're putting a hot one within your reach. A 1988 Chevy Beretta. Whatever you do, don't miss it.
On the mound today for Montreal, Floyd Youmans. He had a tough spring. He wasn't throwing the ball very hard, but this young man's fastball is timed in the low 90s. And he'll be opposed by Rick Sutcliffe, whose last time out in Philadelphia was a gem. He threw 8 innings. He gave up 1 run. Had a tough time the first game. He walked 7 in a little over 2 innings. So it'll be interesting today. A beautiful day to pitch and an exciting day in Wrigley Field with Bill Murray. Stay tuned for baseball.
Today's leadoff man has been brought to you by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers, who invite you to see the 1988 Corsica and Beretta.
I'm Tom Skilling. Is it possible we have the warmest air of the season on the way? It looks that way just in time for the holiday weekend. We'll have the full holiday forecast tonight on the 9 o'clock.
You know, T.S. Eliot, the poet, once said, April is the coolest month. But I don't think even that great man would have anticipated that the Cubs would lose their first 4 at home. I'm here today to turn this around, and I think with the help of the overrated and not such a big deal after all, Montreal EXPOS, the Cubs will triumph today. A beautiful day here at the true Wrigley building at the corner of Clark and Addison. Today it's baseball, the Cubs and the Expos.
Participating advertisers in Cubs baseball are Bud Light. Everything else is just a light. True Value Hardware. More than just a name, it's their way of doing business. Your Chicagoland and Northern Indiana Better Buick dealers. Wouldn't you really rather have a Buick? The Chicago Tribune. A great city deserves a great newspaper. Your neighborhood Unical 76 dealers, who invite you to go with the spirit of 76. Pepsi. The choice of a new generation. Donnelly Directory, publishers of the Ameritech Pages Plus. United Airlines, you're not just flying, you're flying the friendly sky. Canon, the official camera of the Chicago Cubs. And your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Toyota dealers.
Back at Wrigley Field with Bill Murray, and when he's not busting ghosts, he's a fledgling baseball broadcaster, and he said he wanted the full experience here today. So, Bill, we're going to give you the full experience because we have some time before the game. There's some changing problems with the umpire. So the first thing you have to know is how to do the lineup. And we're going to have you give the folks the opening lineups for today.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Hello, everybody. Starting for the Expos in left field, Casey Candell. He's no good. In right field is Mitch Webster. He's no good. At first is Andre. How would you folks at home say that name? Andre Galarraga. Tim Wallach at third. Jeff Reed is catching. Vance Law is overrated. He's at second base. Tom Foley shouldn't even be playing. He's at shortstop. Herman Winningham. What, you going to be afraid of a guy named Herman Winningham? We'll just throw it right down the plate when he's up. And Floyd Youmans will be pitching. That's the easy part. They're no good. Shouldn't be a problem. And then for the Cubs, the almighty Chico Walker in left field. Come on, let's hear it for him. Come on, everybody up. Chico Walker. Come on. Ryan Sandberg. Come on, let's hear it for him. Andre Dawson. Come on, I know he was an Expo, but he's okay now. Come on. Keith Moreland's going to play. Come on, yeah, everybody. Zonko. Leon the Bull Durham at first base. Jodi Davis. Yeah, he'll be catching. Dave Martinez is in center. Sean Dunston is playing short. And Rick Sutcliffe, the tall guy with a beard, will be pitching.
Now, after doing the lineups and looking at the names of the various clubs here,
I don't think there's any question, but the names on the Cubs are a lot easier to pronounce, and they seem to be more like baseball players' names.
is it going to throw you off your timing, the fact that there's going to be 2 national anthems today?
That's confused me. Frankly, I love the O Canada national anthem because there's only like 10 words to it, and I wish they'd let me sing it. It's one of the goofiest national anthems I've ever heard. It makes the national anthem of the United States sound like Beethoven's Ninth. It's just ridiculous. They've only got 5 words in the song, and they just keep saying them over and over again. And I hope you Canadian folks call up and say something to whoever's in charge in your country about that theme song here. But, Steve, the real problem today is that there's a delay because of the umpires getting dressed. Now, what is it that umpires do when they dress? I mean, how many problems can they have? It's basically the one color that they're wearing, right? It's not like they're holding up different sport coats in front of the mirror and saying, well, Jocko, what do you think of this look? I mean, what do you think?
Well, what happened is that you have one of the biggest umpires in the league behind the plate, Eric Gregg, today. Yesterday we saw John McSherry, Eric Gregg behind the plate today. If you're that size of a man, sometimes you have some problems dressing, and it's going to take a little bit till they get on the field. And in the meantime, let's talk a little bit about your ownership of ball clubs. Now, you've owned 7 teams during the course of your career. It has to be an interesting experience doing that.
Well, that's loosely saying owned. Should I get that? Okay.
No! Forget it! Go away!
No.
You can't. You can run, but you can't hide.
They want you. No, I don't really. I've never owned a team. I own like a couple of teams. You know, not a very big deal at all. I've just been in for the fun of it. I have a friend who's very active, and I get to come along and sit and eat for free pretty much at the games. I own a little piece. But this year I have a little piece of a team in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, the Pittsfield Cubs. This is the closest I've been to actually having decent seats at a Cub game. I will have good seats at a game in Pittsfield, Massachusetts this year.
As a broadcaster, you have to learn to be a good color man. I want you to concede.
It's a hard gig, ladies and gentlemen. It's tough being up here.
Take a look at this style. Before the game, you think this guy can hit?
Well, I don't know if he can hit, but the guy's got a lot of desire. I mean, the fact that his hand is in great physical pain, and he still sits there and swings in front of people who are laughing at him. All around the cage, they're laughing and taunting at him, saying, go back where you came from, you punk. You know, you got to want it in this league. You got to want it to make it in the big.
Is there any hope for this guy?
Well, I think perhaps in another profession there's hope. I don't see any. I mean, look, they're attacking his manhood out there.
Now, did that aggravate you, the fact that he was...
Huh? Yeah, and I took him deep. I took him deep right after that.
Obviously throwing at you. There's no doubt about that.
Well, if there had been an umpire in this game, they would have thrown that batting practice to Fisher out, I think, or warned him. Somebody should have done something. They should have warned him about what was going to happen. Look at that. Look at that. You saw that. Play that again. Arnie, can you play that again? Oh, God.
We're going to come back to that.
Wait a second. Arnie.
What do you think?
All right, forget it. Well, I think she's got a future. I don't know if it's in baseball, but she's got a future.
Okay, let's take a look one more time. We got the slow motion camera out.
Yeah. There's a piece of scorched earth out in left field where that ball came to rest, Steve.
A rocket off the bat, and you said before that he's not going to throw you that pitch again. Did you teach Glenn Brummer a lesson?
Huh? No, but he learned it, but I think there are bigger issues at stake here with him. I think he's really got to find out whether he really wants to pay the ultimate price. You know, to throw it down the middle and not be afraid for me to hit a line drive right back at him. I'm really concerned about this gigantic umpire getting into this thing. Now, can the folks at home expect like the world's largest man to be behind the plate today?
No, but I think they'll see one of the bigger umpires in the game.
I mean, he's awfully large. Is he going to come through those big green doors out in the wall out in left center? Arnie, can we get a shot of those big... Oh, there's Rick Sutcliffe. Show one of those big green doors on the wall. Is this where this umpire is going to come out from? You can see that there's a lot of people who are just sitting right above there. I guess they're expecting him to make his entrance.
Any moment now. And we took a look at Rick Sutcliffe. Now, you've been a big Rick Sutcliffe fan. What do you think of the redhead?
Oh, I saw that home run he hit in the playoff game. That was one of the greatest moments of my life when he hit that ball out in the street 2 years ago. I think that was probably the greatest moment in his life, too.
Well, he's 1-1 this year, and he had a big moment in Philadelphia when he threw the ball very well. How do you like his chances in 1987 season?
Well, I think his chances are much better than mine, Steve. But I think he looks really good. He seemed really confident in the dugout, and he wasn't even bothering to drink coffee or anything. He seems pretty good. He seems loose. And I mean, what do I know? I mean, I'm a professional actor, but if I were going to hit against Rick Sutcliffe today, I would pretty much hit the dirt and try not to be hit by a fastball.
Oh, he said he'd never hit you. He's a hell of a guy. And one of the things you have to talk about when you talk about Bill Murray is the fact that This man was a catcher in the Wilmette Little League, and we got the scouting report on Bill Murray. I understand you were one of the real stars of the ball club.
Well, I'm really most famous for being kicked out of the Little League in Wilmette. I was one of the few people kicked out of Little League, but I was reinstated because my mother was friends with Mrs. Bordis, whose husband started Little League in Wilmette. I was reinstated, and that was the most exciting baseball experience for me. Was reinstated, and the whole board of the Wilmette Little League had to come to the first game back, and they said they're all behind the cage, and this is the boy, number 15. This is him, the Murray boy. And I hit a home run my first time at that game, and I remember thinking, yeah, that's right, boys. If it hadn't been for you reinstating me, baseball wouldn't have had a player like me.
We talk a lot about daylight here in Wrigley Field because that's all the Cubs play under. What do you think about playing all-day games? Do you think it's an advantage or a disadvantage?
Well, I think it's a disadvantage if you like to party all night because it means that you don't necessarily play your best. And I think that it means that the Cubs probably have less fun than a lot of the other teams in the league. But it also means that their nights are free when they're here in town. So, you know, it's really mixed. I don't think you can say they've lost a pennant because they didn't have enough fun during the season. I think it's really on the road. It's, you know, the first game back after a road trip. I think I know what I'm talking about in this area.
Well, I think that Harry's always appreciated the day games. He's always been a gentleman who enjoyed some of the nightlife here in Chicago. We'll be back with the ball game, the lineups, a little more talk with Bill Murray after these messages. We're back at beautiful Wrigley Field. Steve Stone along with color commentator Bill Murray today. This is the first real nice day the Cubs have had at home. A gentle breeze blowing in. A good day to pitch. And take a look at the bleachers. And Bill, you were saying before the game that this is your most favorite place to sit in this ballpark.
Well, it's where the sun is, Steve. And there you'll see like guys with their shirts off and men's filling. Yeah, there they are. These are relatives of mine. Hello. Hi. They'll all be at the big party back at my mom's later. They're well-behaved gentlemen, prep school kids mostly. And as you can see, they pretty much dress for the weather. I don't know why they don't catch them in that big basket out there. Yeah, that's right. That's one of my Collins cousins. He's crazy. Now, where are these kids now, Arnie? Left field bleachers. Now, these are the more safe, and they're pretty safe and sane out there. These are the number ones. The very dangerous ones are in right field. I think that's where the real criminal element comes in. These are people who take bad falls down the stairs and don't really know. And I think that leads to confusion. People hear a big roar and think they've missed something, and it turns out it's someone who's just bounced all the way down to the front row. But look at how well-behaved these people are here today. And I noticed that they've cut off beer here after the 8th inning, and I think that's a great rule. I really do. And I'm not going on a soapbox here, Steve, and I hope you don't think I am, but anybody who can't get drunk at the ballgame before the 8th inning doesn't belong to be here anyway. I don't think. If you can't get smacked, you can get here for the batting practice. I mean, what's the problem? I don't see any problem here. It means the beer vendors can go home early and watch the exciting innings too. So I think it's good for the game.
Well, they're also going to cut out the beer in the booth. So you got 8 innings. Go get them.
Okay. All right. Well, I got here early, so I'm not worried. Well, what's that? That's out on the catwalk in right. Is that what it is? Yeah, that's right. Now look how well behaved they are. You don't see anybody pouring any beer on anybody. The game hasn't started yet.
Bill, you've been a Cub fan for so many years, and over the years, your favorite Cub ball player?
Well, if you said anybody but Mr. Cub, I think you'd be lying to yourself. But I used to like Sammy Taylor. I used to like Sammy Taylor, and I always wondered what would have happened to the Cubs if Merritt Renew hadn't been injured in that play at the plate. He was a great catcher, and I liked the way he hit.
And you love the name. That's a good name to say, Merritt Renew.
Yeah, that's a tough one. It's a lot easier to say, for example, than Andre Galarraga of the Montreal EXPOS.
Or Casey Candel, for that matter.
Yeah. But, I mean, with Ernie Banks, it made it worse coming home after school for many years to me. So.
Take a look at a lot of young Cub fans as Ernie pans around for you. This Expo Ball Club off to a pretty tough start. They're 2-5. And there you take a look at a man facing his former mates for the first time. Andre Dawson, he met with a lot of his former teammates before the game. And to a man, they all wished him well because he's a guy that's very popular with the players, a man who put together some big numbers while he was a member of the Montreal EXPOS, and a guy who's come over here now thinking that this ballpark, these fans, the fact that there's day games and natural turf, is going to mean a few more years to him over the course of his career. Everybody asked what Dawson was doing as far as the Expo players were concerned, and he's done a pretty good job so far. He's shown the Cubs defensively, he still has a whole lot left in those legs. And Andre Dawson, I believe if he stays healthy, he's going to be a big contributing factor to this team. There's a couple of your fans waiting for some baseball.
I saw these kids when I came in, and they were looking at my car at the hubcaps. I don't think they're here to play baseball at all. I think have we got a phone here? Can we get somebody at the Halstead Street lockup to get these kids? Look at them. They're trying to steal the nuts out of the... Get out of that tree! Hey! Trying to steal the nuts, the buds out of the tree, so that tree would never grow. I think that's sick.
Well, the ever-vigilant Arnie Harris is going to keep an eye on these fellas all
Arnie.
game.
Thanks, Arnie.
Make sure that your car is intact by the time you have to drive home.
Now, tell me something, Steve. Has a player ever playing against his old teammates like Andre Dawson, has he ever played a game and gone like 0 for 4 and they've given him back to the other team right then and there? Has that ever happened?
I don't think that Dallas Green wants to do that today. I think he's pretty happy with Andre Dawson. And if you look at Buck Rogers, he's going to be a little disappointed in the fact that his team didn't stay healthy. He's got Tim Burke on the disabled list. He's got Mike Fitzgerald on the DL, Bryn Smith on the disabled list, as well as Hubie Brooks. And that was a big loss, giving one of your favorite players, Tom Foley, a chance to play today.
Tom Foley shouldn't even be in the major leagues, and he knows it. He's lying to himself, and he really should go back into some sort of community service in his hometown.
And on that encouraging note, the national anthem.
Oh, come it on, our home and native land, to sacred love in all thy son's command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, chased through the night, that our flag was still there. All stayed under that star-spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the
Wayne Messmer with the national anthem, and Bill Murray standing right next to me did a very fine job with both anthems. When did you learn the Canadian national anthem?
Well, when I was in the second city, we did 2 months at the second city in Toronto, and you can't help but learn that song. There's only about 11 words in the song, and they play it for breakfast up there. But believe me, I think it's fair to say, would you fight a war for that country and that national anthem? I wouldn't. I prefer to fight for others. Yes.
Well, there's a good look at Bill Murray, a resplendent fellow today in his gold and black. Pittsburgh was here yesterday. You're wearing the wrong color.
Well, my mother dressed me, and she's slightly colorblind. This is what we call her hair.
She kind of excited about you coming up here doing some broadcasting today?
Well, I look out there, and I could have predicted my mother wouldn't be here on time, and she's not here yet. It's just like the 10:15 at St. Joe's. It doesn't make any difference. I can start at 10:30. She's not going to make it.
But you do have the Cub hat on.
Yeah, I got the Cub hat. I got a caddy hat from Augusta. I was kind of watching the golf tournament. I got a caddy hat, so I'm an official caddy now. I can get an extra 25 cents a bag now with the hat. But what a great day. I wish we were sitting in the sun drinking instead of drinking up here, Steve.
Well, you know, if you were doing this with Harry, he'd be out in the bleachers, and he'd be pretty excited, either in left or center field bleachers. He kind of likes to go out there 3 or 4 times a year, and that's where the people are. He enjoys it out there.
That's living out there. I don't know why they don't have more mandatory city holidays. I think it's because Harold Washington really wants to do something for the city. So we'll get more mandatory city holidays and get these city workers who are sitting down wasting our money anyway, and get them at least backing the Cubs. I think would be good for civic pride. Oh, yeah. There's my mother. No, she won't be here for a few more minutes. She's late. Look at that. Those are the kids from Boys Town out in Nebraska. Isn't that fantastic? And he carried his brother all the way from Lincoln, Nebraska. Fantastic story. Heartwarming Cub fans.
Pretty good crowd here today. They're still coming in. There's a chance for your mother to make it. They're delaying the game a little bit.
No, if I know her, she's gotten into some sort of a pushing incident on the L, and she probably won't make it at all.
Now, you found out a little bit about the experience of broadcasting. They brought up a pizza before the game.
Excuse me, Steve, I can't help but notice these handsome-looking gentlemen coming out in these fabulous outfits. That was a delicious pizza, but that does not look like a man who has a lot of trouble deciding what to wear. I bet he doesn't have a closet that's half full. What do you think? Which one, if you had to guess, had the trouble? Can you get a shot of all the umpires? Which one looks like he has the most trouble getting dressed? Look at these two guys dressed and on time, and then there are these fellas here. I mean, he's got that jacket on. Who knows? Maybe he's got a ripped, blood-stained shirt underneath there. Who knows what happened in the dugout?
There's 50% of the umpiring crew. There you look at Doug Harvey, Jerry Davis, and they're slowly emerging.
It's obviously going to be the last man out, and the Cubs are certainly waiting to see what's happened here.
They're pretty excited, aren't they?
I don't know. It must have been there must have been a lot of hollering that we couldn't hear up here, a lot of screaming and yelling. I hope there's nobody really hurt. I think if he was that large, they may be trying to grease the walls of the clubhouse door for him to get through.
The most amazing part of it, Bill, is it took him all this time to come out dressed like that.
Now, wait a second. There's Jamie Moyers. The kid almost pitched a no-hitter. Get that guy away from him. He could fall.
There is Eric Gregg.
I think the picture speaks for itself, folks. It looks like some sort of a breakdancing accident. His lower knees are encased in catcher's shin pads. Of course, that's the home plate umpire, but he looks like he's moving with some sort of robotic leg. Some sort of bionic operation, perhaps performed by one of his fellow umpires before the game.
Never a dull moment here. The umpiring crew is Eric Gregg behind the plate, Jerry Davis at first, Doug Harvey at second, and Dick Stello at third base. And as you can see, the umpiring gear never got here from the umpire's last stop. So they're stuck kind of finding out whatever they can find in the umpiring room, throwing it on and coming out. I don't think you've ever seen an umpire behind home plate wearing his shin guards outside of his uniform. So this might be a first here today.
Well, I saw it once in a baseball game in Italy.
And the Cubs are taking the field, and everybody in the stands welcoming them, encouraging them, trying to get them home for the first time at Wrigley Field. The Cubs are 0-4. First time that's happened since 1962, and Bill Murray pledges that he's here to turn it around today.
Well, they're going to win today, or there'll be a serious industrial accident out there on the field today. Oh, 1962. Ouch.
There's a look at the defense. Chico Walker in left field, Dave Martinez in center field, Andre Dawson in right field, Keith Moreland at third, Dunston at short, Sandberg at second, Durham at first, Rick Sutcliffe on the mound, and Jodi Davis behind the plate. Jodi caught Rick in his first ball game when he didn't have too much control, and then Jim Sundberg took over in Rick's second game when he threw the ball so very well. Now they're making a change. Big Eric Gregg making a change of shin guards, trying to get himself all situated before going out there. Apparently, the first pair of shin guards were a little too short for him, so Jodi is going to volunteer a pair of his. And Eric Gregg is going to get the equipment just exactly right before going out there.
Well, you know, we talked about this before the game, Steve, and I was talking in the radio booth, and I think that the umpires are influenced by the home field advantage. I said to Lou Boudreau, a great Hall of Famer who I'm sure agree with me, that when you've got the umpires staying in your town, you can alter the accommodations they get in their hotel room in such a way that they're going to be a little more lenient with the balls and strikes. And I think if Eric Gregg knows which side his bread is buttered on, and looking at Eric, I would say this is a guy who butters his bread on both sides. I think he's going to give the Cubs the benefit of the balls and strikes today. I think they'll Expos just may as well pack it up and just, conventional walk a couple people, let the first thing go out of the park, and then we'll pull the rest of the game in.
They can certainly use a little help today coming into this one, and Gregg is having some problems finding any pair of shin guards that are going to fit him. They're trying everything. You bring any shin guards to the park for this man?
I don't know. Perhaps we should make an announcement to the fans here. Hey, has anybody got any shin guards for a really big guy? Well, maybe they heard that. Maybe they didn't. Let's hope so. No, really big. Those aren't big enough. Much, much bigger. This is nice that WGN is now a satellite station. That means that people all over the world can see this man try to find some sort of protection from the balls and strikes.
And he still hasn't been able to find it because he's still looking for something. There he goes. He's trying to find a mask to fit him.
It's amazing that in this computerized age, a man can still be afraid to take a foul step on the toe like this.
Did you wear a mask when you caught?
No, I thought it wasn't macho enough.
Last year, the Cubs were 8-10 against the Expos overall, 4-5, both home and away. And there you take a look at Jodi Davis. Now that Eric Gregg is ready, the Cubs all ready to go. You know one thing, Rick Sutcliffe has to be certainly warmed up at this point. He's been throwing quite a long time. And I'm sure he wants to get off to a good start here. He wants to get the ball over early, and Herm Starrett, talking with both Sutcliffe and Jodi Davis, encouraged both of them to throw all of his pitches early. Don't fall in love with the fastball, and try to get the breaking ball over the plate early in the count. We're going to ask you to evaluate these players as they come up after they take a couple swings. And in your professional opinion, what do you think about their careers?
Okay. Who's this stiff that's coming up here to bat against Red?
This is Casey Candiel, off to a very quick start, hitting .455. Now you take a look at Casey. He started 2 games in the outfield for the Expos, and they won them both.
Well, Casey's at the bat today. The outlook's a little bit gloomy, my friend. Yeah. No, he doesn't frighten me.
Sutcliffe a 5.06 ERA, and here's the first pitch of the ball game. Fastball misses inside.
Hey, what's with that ump? What's the deal here, man? Those are Jodi's shin pads, pal. Hey.
Back this way. Get the net out, Bill.
Where's the damn net? Where's the net?
Candiel, 5'9", 160 pounds, out of Lompoc, California. Last year hit .302 in Indianapolis, .231 as a member of the Montreal EXPOS. Ground ball to the right side. The Bulls got it, and he'll win the race to the bag. There's the net. You're ready to go. You got it.
We can get anything. We can get popcorn in the fall from the upper deck. We can get just about anything with this thing.
That'll bring up Mitch Webster. Webster hitting .267 with a home run, 2 RBIs. They switched him to right field this year. He was a starting center fielder last year, but they figured to platoon out there, get Winningham some time. And so Webster moved to right, where he says he's feeling a lot more comfortable with every passing day. Good look at Rick Sutcliffe. Outfield straight away. Fastball misses up high. Webster hit .290 last year, 8 home runs, 49 RBIs, and 36 stolen bases. And Sutcliffe falls behind 2-0. Webster have any chance to hit Rick Sutcliffe?
I don't think so. I don't know if you can see this, but from where I'm sitting, it looks like Webster has tobacco juice drooling out of the side of his mouth. And, I mean, the kind of guy who isn't that aware of his... Look at this on the lower left here. Can you see that? Isn't that something, sort of drool coming out of the side of his mouth? He's frightened. He's terrified, and the tobacco ooze is coming out of the side of his mouth. He doesn't have a chance to hit Sutcliffe, I don't think.
Rick falls behind 3-0. Rick's not giving him a chance to hit it.
Well, I don't think Mitch Webster wants it enough. I don't think he wants to win, Steve.
Ball 4 outside. So Webster draws a base on ball.
Hey, Hey, you big guy!
I bet the guy didn't pass the driving test. I'll bet you $20 right now.
Andres Galarraga steps up, hitting .296. Hasn't hit a home run yet. He has 3 RBIs. Knocked in 21 runs in spring training on 3 homers. Very strong young man. Says his biggest adjustment in the major leagues is learning to hit the ball to right center field. And Sutcliffe with 5 straight bad ones. Galarraga, 6'3", 230 pounds, very powerfully built. Out of Caracas, Venezuela, at 271 last year with 10 home runs, 42 RBIs. And with UB Brooks gone, they're looking for power from Galarraga.
You know, these guys from Venezuela always say they're from Caracas, but I bet he's from the suburbs. You know, I bet he's from some pohunk town like 50 miles out of... I bet he's from like, you know, Highwood or someplace like that. Highwood, Venezuela.
Good restaurants in Highwood, Venezuela.
Yeah, and one of the few places where you used to be able to buy a 6-pack of beer when you were 12 years old. They do have good restaurants there now.
Runner going. Pops up to the right side.
Oh, you poor soul. Oh, isn't that sad?
And the Expos are out in the first inning. They run into a double play. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. We head into the bottom of the first. There is no score.
You just asked for a light beer.
Give me a light.
You never know what you'll get.
Bud Light.
Nice shot.
Heads up. Well, if you want the less filling light beer with the first name of taste, ask for Bud Light. Because everything else is just a light.
We can do whatever you want. Okay, good.
Floyd Youmans on the mound for the Expos. The hard-throwing right-hander had a disastrous spring. He was set back with some arm problems. He had a death in the family, missed a few days, and quite frankly, Larry Barnhart, the pitching coach, said he just didn't throw the ball all that well. He says he started to throw the ball well during the course of this year, but he's still not up in the 92, 93 mile-an-hour range. Youmans has got that overpowering fastball when he's right. He has a slider with it, throws a straight change. Floyd, 6'1", 190 pounds, out of Tampa, Florida, still lives there. Last year for the Expos, 13-12 with a 3.53 ERA. Boy, we're here one day, you got all the signs up already.
Well, when the Cubs are 0-4, you know, I mean, almost anybody could get a sign. It's been a bad streak. But I think that's all over. I think this will be the last sign you'll ever see from me here. I'm pretty sure of it. Unless my mom brings one, but she's not here yet.
And leading off the ball game, Chico Walker, hitting 174, off to a slow start. A pretty good bunter, and with that in mind, Tim Wallach very close at third, as is Andres Galarraga at first. Swing and a miss on a fastball.
So I don't know Chico Walker. Tell me about him, Steve.
Pretty good player. Took a long time to get to the major leagues. Started with Boston, and he's trying to find a home in the outfield for the Cubs. Manager Gene Michael, very happy with his progress, but they'd like to see him get on at the top of the order. The Cubs have pretty good speed in Walker, Sandberg, and Dawson. Fastball misses down. What do you think of this Youmans fella?
Well, he's got I like the number 17. I think it's a good number. I think that's really about all he's got going for him. There's his stats. I mean, look at that. He's got nothing to be proud of. He should be ashamed of himself. He throws it pretty hard, man.
Slide to left field. Casey Candell coming over.
Thought he might hit that wall.
Tragedy averted by the padding down there.
You try to tell him early enough that they'll break just in time.
Well, this guy's a second baseman. One of the reasons why he's going to have some problems with that wall, and they moved him into the outfield. And he's done a pretty good job. He started a game in center field for Buck Rogers. You don't find many guys who are used to second base going into the outfield. He had never played it on a major league level, so this is quite an adjustment for him. 1-2 count on Chico Walker leading off the ball game for the Cubs.
That was close.
Count evens at 2-2. Walker hitting .421 lifetime against the Expos. Fouled off to the left.
It's a souvenir for some lucky fan.
Beautiful day here today.
I'll never forget the first ball I got. Two enormous people were fighting over it, and it rolled out between their legs, and I got it and ran for my life.
Hard hit to the right side. Galarraga will take it himself. And easily, Walker's out number 1. Brian Sandberg hitting .271 lifetime against the Expos. Home run, 3 RBIs, and a .241 batting average early in the season. Rhino not hitting the ball like he can.
I saw Rhino in the whirlpool before the game, and, well, he had a bruise on his ankle. We talked about it.
But he says he's ready to go, right?
He says he's ready to go, yeah. He had a bruise on his ankle.
You spent some time in the locker room before the game. What do you think of the Cubbies in their lair?
Well, it reminds me a little bit of a Ramada hotel.
Pretty nice accommodations down there.
It's pretty good. It's red, white, and blue. It gets you after a while, kind of a bicentennial feeling down there. The Yash Kawana clubhouse. He's a nice guy.
Been here, comes with a franchise, as a matter of fact.
He's been here longer. He got here about an hour after the vines were planted.
Well hit to right field. Mitch Webster has plenty of room, and he makes the catch. This just in from the WGN Sports Department. Former Baltimore Orioles pitching star Jim Palmer is scheduled to undergo tests today after being hospitalized Thursday night for chest pains and breathing problems. Palmer was taken to North Charles Hospital by his daughter and was listed in fair condition. Palmer, who retired in May of 1984, contacted his doctor, the Orioles team physician, complaining of chest pains, and was advised to report to the hospital. So we send along best wishes, and hopefully Jim Palmer will be okay. Andre Dawson takes the fastball for a strike. His first look at his former mates, and it's always an emotional situation. You want to prove to the team that lets you go that you can still play some pretty good ball. Count evens at 1-1. What do you think about Dawson?
Well, I think he's a bargain, but, 188, that's only 188 points higher than I would hit. So, but if he hits this ball out of the park, I think it's going to be a good deal.
Fastball misses inside. 2-1. Dawson with 2 home runs, 4 RBIs.
I think he probably misses that rich food up there in Montreal, and he's got to accustom himself to, the bratwurst and Polish sausage that we eat down here in Chicago.
3-1. Jeff Reed behind the plate with Mike Fitzgerald on the DL. Reed, who came over from Minnesota in the Jeff Reardon deal, getting a lot of action early. All 4 Andre Dawson's aboard. That'll bring up Keith Moreland, hitting .301 lifetime against the Expos, off to a slow start. .214, no home runs, 4 RBIs. But Moreland has made a great adjustment at third base. He's playing very well defensively. You've seen him in a few ball games. What do you think about him down there?
Yeah, he looks pretty good. There doesn't seem to be anything he can't do out there. He actually played almost everywhere. The only things he's got to do are like uniform adjustments. He could wear his pants a little higher, wear his panties a little differently, more batting gloves, wrist guards, stuff like that. Maybe put some eye black underneath his eyes, an earring, something like that. Other than that, he seems to be pretty solid.
1-0 count on Moreland. That was one of your goals, to be a major league player when you were growing up?
Yeah, that was probably my own. I'm major league baseball playing priest. I want to be a priest who hits all fields.
Figure there was more bucks in it that way?
Well, I wasn't really thinking about the money at the time. I was just thinking about the kind of,
Pop straight up, and that's it for the Cubs in the first inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and one left, and we're through one. There is no score.
The Russian's gone mad. Bob's been bad.
I am the Prince of Badness.
What a country.
Saturday night at 6 on Channel 9.
Once again, Eric Gregg is getting redressed. He's getting undressed, redressed. It's been a tough go for him early.
I wonder where he had
the uniform just arrived. So Eric Gregg has got the jacket, and now he looks like a National League umpire.
Sure does. He looks like he could be an umpire in any league he chose.
A lot of youngsters in attendance today. Faith McBurney celebrating her 10th birthday with her family here at the game. And Mason from the University of Wisconsin in Oshkosh. Good crowd here this afternoon. Chris Jones is here celebrating his 14th birthday with his mom and his aunt. And Tim Wallach to lead off the top of the second inning. Wallach hitting .333. Hasn't hit a home run yet. Does have 7 RBIs, and he's been tough against the Cubs. Takes a fastball for a strike. You've seen him hit a few out of this ballpark.
Oh, he's a nightmare. He's one of the most horrible people I've ever met. And I don't even know him. He really hits the Cubs. It's terrible. You know the guy I used to hate was that Bill Robinson that plays for Pittsburgh? Oh, he was misery. I never saw anybody hit the Cubs so badly as that guy. Oh. And he's the batting coach now in the Mets, which is like, you know, it's like being the doorman in hell to be the batting coach for the Mets. Oh, boy. 2 horrible words in the same sentence. Bill Robinson, the 3 words, Bill Robinson and the Mets.
1-2 count on Tim Wallach. You don't like the Mets much.
I really despise the Mets. Actually, I've met a couple of the players in New York, and they're nice guys. It's just, they're cursed being on that team.
Pops up to center field. Dave Martinez makes the catch.
I hate the Mets worse than I do communism, I think. They're worse than communism.
That'll bring up Jeff Reed.
I mean, communism, at least, you know, at least they're not the Mets.
At least they're not leading the division at this point of the year.
Yeah, the communists don't hit. They don't pitch either. But then again, the communists don't get in trouble off season either. They're in trouble all year round, I guess.
Breaking ball hits the outside corner. Reed at 6'2", 190 pounds. Born in Joliet. Now lives in Elizabethton, Tennessee.
He was born behind bars in Joliet, wasn't he, Steve?
A few miles from Joliet.
What a success story that is. Born within prison walls and now playing for the Montreal EXPOS.
Came over from the Minnesota Twins where he hit .236 last year. Pops it straight back.
Look out.
Bill Murray with the net. Comes up a little short. You've got to work on your hands. You didn't get the net out quickly enough.
I was sabotaged by Bessie Riemenschneider. Excuse me, that net is private property. It's been loaned to me for today. Thank you.
Outfield straight away. 1-2 count. Jeff Reed steps out. Hit .310 at Toledo last year. Home run, 14 RBIs. Doesn't have a whole lot of power. He's a line drive hitter. Cliff crowds him and the count moves to 2-2.
That's right, Rick. Teach him respect. Come on. Oh, one break.
He didn't like the call.
The guy's got his own clothes now. What's his excuse?
Full count on Reed. Pops it straight up, and Keith Moreland calling for it. Back a few steps, and he makes the catch.
It's a little windy out there. What are the weather statistics?
The weather stats?
Yeah.
It'll be about 55 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
What little wind there is blowing toward the left field corner. Kind of day that you might like to hit one out of here.
Yeah, I'd like to take one deep today, boy.
With your power, I would think that the left field alley would look mighty inviting.
Yep, that catwalk out there is just a heartbeat away.
Vance Law steps up.
Now, what's the deal with Vance Law? Is he good or what? He's been around a while.
He has been around a while, made a lot of stops.
He's not unlike myself. I bounced around.
Yeah, but you didn't hit 225 last year.
Yeah, well.
And you didn't get one under the chin just then.
Well, I think Rick did the right thing. Law gave him a funny look, and Rick shouldn't have taken that. But he didn't. He just threw it right under his chin. He gave him a funny look.
Likes to hit the ball to right center field.
Ooh. That's good.
2-1 count. Tom Foley on deck. Foley getting a chance to start because Hubie Brooks was on the disabled list with a fractured wrist. Ironically, Foley said it was the same type of injury that he had last year. Took a pitch, broke the wrist, and he was lost for a couple of months. Sweeping, breaking ball, and the count goes to 3-1. Vance Law from Boise, Idaho, now lives in Provo.
He just got too big for Boise.
Had to move.
Mm-hmm. He's too darn big for that town.
Good slider. You're watching exciting Chicago Cubs baseball over WGN TV Channel 9 Chicago, America's #1 sports station. Steve Stone and Bill Murray bringing you this one.
With the help of Major League Baseball, of course. We're nice enough to help out and put the game on today.
Thank
you, Rick. Thank you. Thank you, Vance Law. Thank you.
3 up and 3 down. The Cubs are out, and there is no score after 1.5.
I'm Tom Skilling. Is it possible we have the warmest day of the season on the way? It looks that way just in time for the holiday weekend. We'll have the full holiday forecast tonight on the 9 o'clock news.
Steve Stone and Bill Murray. Bill, you finally located the camera up there.
So far away. Hello! Yeah, he's barely awake out there. Shake the camera if you're awake. There, he's out.
Leon Durham to lead off the bottom of the second inning.
Oh, what a beautiful day.
Full hitting and even 250 for the year. Looking out at Floyd Youmans. Leon hitting 265 lifetime against the Expos. And Youmans falls behind 2-0. Floyd doesn't appear to be throwing quite as hard as we've seen him in the past. But it's early in the season. Sometimes fastballers take a little time. Good fastball over the outside corner. 2-1. Youmans, a teammate of Dwight Gooden in their sophomore year back in Tampa, Florida. Fastball misses up high. 3-1. Cubs trying to win game number 1 at home in Wrigley Field. They've been anything but the friendly confines.
Run,
right field.
Run, Bull. Show us how you can run.
And a base hit for Durham down the line and right. Mitch Webster couldn't get to it.
I thought he was going to go for 2. He's been showing us his speed on these unassisted plays at first. All right, look at this. This is exciting. He got all of that, ladies and gentlemen. Back! Back! Hey, hey! There goes the no-hitter. There goes the no-hitter, Mr. Big Shot. All right. Well, that broke the tension here now, huh?
Now that we know it's not going to be a no-hitter. We've seen one early. Juan Nieves no-hit the Baltimore Orioles for the Milwaukee Brewers, and Jamie Moyer took a no-hitter into the 9th inning at Philadelphia for the Cubs. Mike Scott with a one-hitter the other night for the Houston Astros. We're going to match swings. Here's the swing of Leon Durham. Now look at this follow-through. Now look at this swing. He He's got nothing on you, Bill. You reached out and you got that outside breaking ball.
Well, wherever I can help the ball club, too.
Well, the manager talked about platooning you. Does that make you happy?
No, I don't want to be platooned. I think I should be playing every day. But, whatever I can do to help the ball club.
You haven't heard that quote much, have you?
Well, I'm just fortunate, that I was looking for a fastball and I got it, and I was just fortunate to get good wood on it. And fortunately, the wind was blowing out, and I was just lucky enough to get it up into the jet stream, and fortunately, just made it into the last throw of the big.
Pitching coach Larry Barnard out to talk with Floyd Youmans.
Hit the road, Barnard, will ya? Hey, meat, back in the dugout. You got something to say, yell it, will ya? He's delaying the game. I think that's annoying. I find that annoying.
If you were a major league owner, what changes would you make in the game?
I'd bar that Barnard guy from the game. He'd be the first to go. I think I'd put these broadcast booths out in the sun where you guys could work on your tan. You look a little pale, Steve. I know you.
So far.
I saw you under the sun lamp before the game, and I thought, well, he's the guy who should be relaxing instead of working on his facial thing now. And instead, I don't know. I guess I would have more. I think they'd be better to have the field facing the sun. And more day games, better food at the ballpark, rapid transit that goes right to the door of the ballpark like they have here at Wrigley Field. And I don't know. I'm not sure about the waterfall thing. I don't know.
1-2 count. That evens the count at 2-2. Jodi Davis hitting .287 lifetime against Montreal. Hit the ball very hard yesterday. He said the first time up, the ball he drove to right center field was as hard as he can hit a baseball, but the wind blowing in kept it in the park. Go to first, but Leon's back. Cubs have the only hit of the game. Leon Durham aboard at first base with nobody out here in the bottom of the second.
Send him, Stick. Didn't Durham used to steal bases?
Stole a lot more bases early in his career than he's done lately. Cubs want to stay out of the double play. Jodi Davis looking down at John Vukovich at third. So if you're the manager, Bill, you're going to send Leon Durham right here.
No, it's probably there's nobody out. There's no score. I don't know. Stick, send him, Stick. You can't help. I think that Gene Michael's hair goes with the Cub uniform as well as anybody's hair has in recent years, don't you, Steve? I mean, we've never really had a silver hair manager. I mean, I think back to Elvin Tappy and Jim Fry, and I mean, look at that. I mean, it's a good look. I mean, when he stands up there in that electric blue, it's a fantastic look. He looks like Ralph Lauren, actually. A tall Ralph Lauren.
Tall.
Well, a very tall.
Very tall Ralph Lauren.
But I mean, it's a good look for him. If he had just, cowboy boots or something, he'd look absolutely fantastic in that jacket and that hair, that hat. It's a good look for him, and I think even if, God forbid, he should ever not manage here anymore, which he may not if he doesn't win this season, and Gene, we talked about this, they better win this year. But I would hope he would go to a team that had a blue uniform, like the Cubs.
Full count, 3-2 on Jodi Davis. Manager Bill Murray.
I hate to be controversial, Steve, but
is deciding that Leon Durham should be going. The bull who stole 8 bases last year has not shown any desire to go so far, but
no,
we're looking for it.
He's fooling them. There he goes.
They're going. Fouled off.
Oh, he had it. You know he had it, Steve. You know he had it.
And the ball has to go back.
Yep. Oh. What number does that girl wear? How many ball girls do they have? 2?
Just one.
Just one. She runs both ways?
Yes.
I mean, she runs there, and she runs both directions. Oh, thank you. Well, what happens if they hit down the left field line? She's got to trudge all the way over there to pick it up?
Well, it's a tough job. That's a very demanding job. Runner going.
Go!
Oh,
Get
well,
out!
hit the left
Get going!
field.
Get out!
Way back.
Yeah.
You can forget it. It's gone. Home run. Jodi Davis, his second home run of the year. RBIs 3 and 4, and the Cubs are on top 2-0.
The power. The dignity. No.
How about that one?
Shaka Onobro.
Everybody on their feet here in Wrigley Field.
Come on, let's hear it for him. What a success story. That sweet kid from Georgia hit one into the stands. Oh, that was sweet.
And another $200 from True Value to Cubs Care and Northwestern Memorial Hospital in the fight against cancer.
Well, he's been hitting the ball good, hasn't he?
So whatever Larry Barnard told Floyd Youmans, apparently it didn't work.
Yeah, I think you should repeat that, Steve.
Hey, Barnard, you're an idiot. Nice call, pal. Lot of class, pal. Lot of class.
That was sweet.
There's Larry.
Yeah. Read and weep, pal. Uh-oh. Get out of
Up
play.
on the left side.
I hate to say this, but oh, gee, it was too bad he didn't slip and fall. Not that we want anybody to be hurt here, but show that home run one more time.
Look at it again.
Give us the racket. Oh, check, please. And they're getting canned, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look. See, he's got a fashion statement with that black under the eyes. I mean, that's all Keith Moreland can do, really. And see, can you imagine Jodi with an earring and that home run? How good that would feel.
We'll run it by Jodi tomorrow.
It doesn't have to be pierced. It can be removed, just a regular. Boing. There's a hit.
Little looper to right center field. And John Dunstan's got a base hit.
Well, he needed that.
Okay, another decision if you're the manager. You got a chance to bunt Rick Sutcliffe, knowing he's a pretty good hitting pitcher, or let him swing away and take a chance maybe on Dunston running. What do you do?
Well, I was in the cage with Rick, and he felt so good about his swing that he let me take his extra cut, so I think he's ready to ding one. I think I wouldn't be surprised if Shawn Dunston stole first to put Rick in the RBI situation he really loves. He's got a clause for RBIs in his contract, doesn't he, Steve?
Yes, an RBI clause.
I'm sorry, I didn't know the exact terminology.
A big clause, yes. Rick takes a fastball for a strike. He squared as if to bunt. Galarrago Wallach coming down each line.
Shawani, how I love you.
David Goodhart at the ball game today set you up a cigar.
That's awfully nice. You don't see that kind of decency. That's nice. Thank you. The infield's playing in. The infield's playing in.
You need a cue card for that?
Sutcliffe. No, Sutcliffe. Here comes the third baseman charging. Rick swings! Oh, gee, he almost got all of that one.
0-2 count.
Say, Al Raven is here at the ballpark celebrating his birthday. I didn't know that. We just got a note that Al is here at the ball. Happy birthday, Al. That home run was for you. Uh-oh.
Pitch out, nothing doing.
Yeah, that fooled everybody. Is that Barnard? Yeah, real bright. These people from Canada think they can come down here and ruin our country and steal our national game. They got another think coming. It may be the world's longest undefended border, but there are certain things that just don't get across. Am I right, Steve Stone?
Yes, sir. I agree with you wholeheartedly. And there's a look at one of your good buddies, Larry Barnard.
Yeah, right.
Who I'm sure you'll be hearing from in the not-too-distant future.
You folks at home can just... There he goes!
Throw to second.
Thank you!
Safe at second. And a fine prediction by Bill Murray, predicting that Shawn Dunston would steal, and steal he does. Let's isolate on Dunston.
Hit the dirt! Hit your belly! Get out, Shawn!
Watch it again.
Pretty good toss. Boy, it was a good toss, wasn't it?
Full count on Rick Sutcliffe. Chico Walker in the on-deck circle.
Oh, great. Now he's going to walk the pitcher. No, he's afraid to pitch to Rick. He saw Rick in the cage, too.
He got him, foul tipping the ball right into the glove of Reed.
He wanted that. I think that's the important thing.
If this booth is the same after Bill Murray leaves Sunday, Bob Surratt is going to be joining us up here.
Bob is a well-behaved guy. He's all right. And I'm going to clean up after I leave. I promise.
Chico Walker grounded out to Galarraga to lead off the ball game.
All right, show me something, Chico. Ooh,
Fastball misses up and away.
Keep it in the park, Floyd. You mind?
Dunston in scoring position, 2 outs.
Youmans is rattled.
Cubs on top 2-0, courtesy of the home run by Jodi Davis.
One of the great sights in baseball is to see a yellow 2 up there on the Cubs scoreboard, meaning we scored and we're scoring again. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, there's more coming. Yes.
Another fastball misses up.
Oh, to go by on the L and see that. Oh, what a thing. What a thing of beauty.
Ryan Sandberg in the on-deck circle.
Steve, while I got you here, what do you think of this whole Iran Gate thing?
Which gig is that?
This whole confusion about the Contras and money and Iran smuggling, who knows, saying that the guns were paid for with drug money, illegally siphoned, making Republican commercials. What do you think about this?
I'm concerned about Honduras. That's where the cigar you're smoking comes from.
Well, you can't help but wonder that anything that's a threat to this game and this cigar that we're smoking. Attaboy! Attaboy, Floyd! Time for a visit from you-know-who. Come on out to the mound, you meathead. Do something about this, pal. Yeah, right. He bites his fingernails, ladies and gentlemen. Look at him. He's repulsive.
One of your old buddies from Second City days, Jim Belushi, is going to fill in for Harry on May 8th in San Diego. You got any messages for him?
Tell him to get out of San Diego as fast as he can. I hate those Padres, too. And you know why.
Still leaves some scars from 1984, huh?
God, every time I go there, I litter. Come on, Rhino!
2 on, 2 out. And
Get up! Come on, hit a rock!
high fly ball right field.
Watch out! There's a drain there!
And that's it for the Cubs, but not before they get 2 runs on 3 hits. No errors, and they leave 2. And after 2 full innings, the Cubs on top, 2-0.
Right now, there are over 1 million runaway kids trying to survive on the streets. Out of money, out of friends, out of luck. They often turn to crime, dope, or prostitution. Just imagine if one were your child. We'll talk to these kids and confront the adults who exploit them. These children are living a nightmare. We're going to try to help them. I hope you'll watch our live special.
Monday night at 7 on Channel 9.
Hi, I'm Mary Ellen, here to introduce you to some great items that are featured in this year's Cubs gift catalog, like this official Cubs warm-up jacket, the same style worn by the players, and this Cubs baseball lamp, perfect for your youngster's bedroom. Order now and also receive your free copy of the Cubs gift catalog. Call toll-free 1-800-548-4000. Illinois residents call toll-free 1-800-621-5227. Visa and MasterCard accepted.
Stone along with Bill Murray back at beautiful Wrigley Field. And Bill, loosen up some. You're not having enough fun up there. You're a little tight in the early going. I know you're having some trouble letting it all go. So if you can, just be yourself.
Well, I still want to know why they gave the home field advantage to the Padres 2 years ago. And I cornered that Peter Ueberroth in a plane in an airport once, and he gave me some sort of funny answer. I don't know. He's a basically decent guy, but he made a big mistake there, and I think he's willing to admit it, or he'll die.
Tom Foley to lead off the third. Looks at the fastball inside, so you're still bitter about the decision on the home field advantage in '84.
Well, bitter isn't the word for it, Steve. Not only do the Padres have the ugliest uniforms in the league, they didn't have the class to say, no, we don't deserve the home field advantage. We'll give it back to you in Chicago because, A, you have better-looking uniforms, and B, you have much more class than we have in the San Diego organization. I resent that.
There you have it, folks.
I mean, that lady can get out there in her short Padres outfit and say, yeah, okay, we deserve it, but I don't believe it. I think she should be back there slinging burgers and, observe the real decency of the game.
3-1 count on Tom Foley. Foley hitting .222. Didn't think he'd start this year, but the injury to Hubie Brooks made him a full-time shortstop.
Oh!
Pop Stuff on the right side. Sandberg calling for it, battling the sun, and he makes the catch. Luis Rivera, one of your all-time favorites, splitting some duties at shortstop with Tom Foley.
Well, I think it's only right. Luis is a decent guy. He's an individual. He spends a lot of time with the local groups in Montreal, United Way, so forth, and he goes out and he helps direct traffic when there are accidents. He's a good man. I don't think Foley should be there.
Herman Winningham hitting 182.
Oh, come on, Herman! You think this guy's taken any grief throughout his baseball career for having the name Herman Winningham and going with Herman? I mean, not changing it to Spike or Butch or something? Herman. Oops, that's right here.
Foul right back at you. It's in the upper deck. You had very good reflexes there. You grabbed the net, you got in position. You know, foot speed is so important in getting those foul balls.
Well, it's training. I do a lot of steps. Every day I take the steps.
1-1 count, Herman Winningham.
The legs that go first, isn't it, Steve?
That's exactly
Well,
right.
now what about you? Were your legs gone or was it the brain that went in your case? I mean, you won the Cy Young Award, and the next year you were in a hospital patient somewhere. What happened there?
Just wanted people to remember the good times, Bill. I figured I'd leave before I stayed too long.
So you chose not to go the suicide route, but to work here at WGN. I think that's great.
Harry needed some help, and there I was. High bounder, Sutcliffe got it.
Attaboy.
And Winningham is retired easily.
Say what, can we call Harry during the break between innings?
I think Jack can get him on the phone.
Let's get him. We'll call Harry. We'll just see what's going on. He's on Palm Springs, right?
Yes, sir.
Anybody got the weather forecast for Palm Springs?
It's 90 and very warm.
90 and warm in Palm Springs.
And Harry is anxiously following your career as a broadcaster, I guarantee you.
I can imagine. Well, I'm sure he's probably watching. I just like to call him and get a few tips, see what's actually going on. Perhaps he could help. I mean, he probably told me to talk less, but, well, I'm all cranked up on hot dogs and Budweiser, and I don't really know what to do. Hey, I said Budweiser.
Nice job.
Nicely done, huh? Do you think I can't?
Good
Thank you,
segue
everybody.
into a commercial. Harry would be proud of you. 1-0 count of Floyd Youmans. Swing and a miss. How'd you like that cut?
Well, I like that cut, and I'm really pleased because I was drinking a rival brand of beer before, and frankly, I wasn't as happy as I am now that I'm drinking Budweiser.
You're looking much happier.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure everybody here at WGN is a lot happier. Well, that rival brand wasn't too bad.
there's your can of beer.
There you go. There you go. Hey, anything I can do to help the people over at
All right. Swing and a miss. Our friends from Nuts on Clark have sent you some gummy bears for your enjoyment during the ball game. I know you're a big gummy bear fan.
Yeah, they're good if someone's chasing you. Just drop them over your shoulder.
2-2.
Oh, come on, hit the road,
Three
pal!
called.
You're
Up and
history,
three
mate.
down for Rick Sutcliffe.
Come on!
And Bill Murray's favorite team is on top, 2-0, heading into the bottom of the third.
In the minors, you must have called it all 1,000 times, but you never lost sight of the dream.
I got a telegram for you, Tony.
Okay, thanks, Pop.
Hi, B. Hey, guess what? I got your call. Yeah?
You got a shot, you take it.
What's this, rookie umpire?
You got the heart to make it. Got the fire, the big league desire. You keep on reaching higher. Maybe never go again. But for you.
Here's to you. Beats with age for that clean, crisp taste that makes Budweiser the king of beer.
Hi. Compliments from the gentleman over there.
I understand that Arnie Harris has tried to work some miracles, and he's gotten Harry in the truck.
Talk to Harry. See if he can hear you.
Harry, can you hear me?
How are you, Steve? I'm really enjoying the broadcast.
You doing okay, Harry?
Yeah. Hey, listen. Bill,
Yeah, Harry.
your size is so funny. I don't know how Steve can keep up with you.
Well, we called your house earlier, and your wife said that you'd gone out for ice. So I guess everything's going okay out there in Palm Springs, huh?
So I'm always at home, always at home. All right,
Yeah.
go back to the ball game.
Well, we called a few hours earlier.
Thank you very much.
Okay, see you later. Yeah, he's avoiding the subject. We called a lot earlier, folks at home, and his wife said he's taking the girls back to the train station. I said, what girls? He said, well, I said, aren't they doing a show tonight in Las Vegas? And yeah, well, he's having a pretty good time out there.
Andre Dawson, the bottom of the third inning. Swing and a miss.
Look at that. What a cut. Well, he sounds pretty good to me. It sounds like he should have been back at work weeks ago.
Harry sounds better every time we talk to him. He's ready to go. Dawson drew a base on balls in the first inning.
Well, that must be great to hear his voice on the air for all the folks at home.
Well, he watches every game, and I'm sure he reads every newspaper in print in Palm Springs.
Oh, I happen to know he's over in the library. We're catching up on a lot of old books that he wanted to read in college.
Tough play at third base.
Oh.
But Tim Wallach comes up with it.
That was nice.
We're going to ask you to evaluate the fielding style of Tim Wallach.
Okay. Come on, Andy. Hit the thing. Oh. Oh. Well, he looks frightened. Look at him stick that glove way out away from his body. Now, kids at home, that is not the proper fielding technique. He's very fortunate to get that. You want to throw your face and upper body in front of that ball. Lock that thing with your face and upper body, pick it up and throw it to first. Don't try that kind of stunt at home. This man is a professional and shouldn't be doing it that way.
Heath Moreland looking out at Floyd Youmans.
Well, he wants to hit this guy.
He's in a hole 0-2. He pops up to shortstop to end the first inning.
I predict he will hit this guy. If not today, and if not this time, before this game is out.
We're going to have a chance to talk with Lou Boudreau and Jim Fry over on the radio side after this.
Oh, I don't want to leave here, Steve. I'm so happy. This is like home.
We'll see you in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning.
Okay.
And hopefully that cigar will still be with you. Boy, I've never been on this end of a cigar before. It's no bargain, Bill. I want to tell you that. Of course, Harry's been telling me that for years. Long drive to left field, way back.
Get going, get going.
Candell in the well, and he makes the catch against the vine.
No, he definitely is seeing this guy. It's the fastball. He's definitely seeing this guy, and he wants him. He's really waiting for it's just a little too high. He doesn't get enough of it. If this guy's still around, a couple more times he's going to take this guy deep. Look at that.
That's right where Billy Williams made the catch to save the Kenny Holtzman no-hitter. And the Bull looking out. Our latest confirmation on our celebrity fill-in list, Pat Williams, president and general manager of the Orlando Magic, now bidding for an NBA franchise. Pat, a former general manager of the Bulls and Philadelphia 76ers. Bull pops it up. This one goes foul. Remember Sunday, Bob Surratt, if Bill Murray can get his booth cleaned up in time.
Yeah, we're saying that. Didn't Pat Williams have some sort of religious empire a few years back? Am I crazy, or did he? I'm serious. Didn't he have some sort of? I don't know. It's like some sort of religious empire that he was trying to create, like a kingdom in another country or something. I don't know. Well, he'll be here broadcasting the game, so he's probably off the medication, whatever it was.
1-2 count on the Bull. Leon singled and scored a run in the second inning.
You know, Steve, that reminds me of the catch that Moose Moran made, saving the Don Cardwell no-hitter. Get out of here! I saw it. Arnie Harris in the booth insulting me over the earphone.
Arnie's saying that you were fed that line. Arnie, I know differently. The man was not given the line. He came up with it all on his own.
I happen to know that that was Don Cardwell's first game as a Cub. He pitched a no-hitter, and it was downhill from there, wasn't it? Well, he stuck around a while, but, I mean, a no-hitter, you really can't go anywhere. But Moose Moore in a diving shoe-top catch. Holy cow. He's diving catch. Not diving, but, you know, shoot-top. You saw it. Oh.
Just misses outside.
Oh.
I think Eric looks a little better now that he has his regular uni on.
Well, there are a lot of people, I notice a lot of people are staring at him, and I think it's because he looks so darn good out there. That was a tough pitch to take by the Bull. It was either great confidence or frozen stiff. I can't tell. It was close.
3-2 count on Leon Durham.
Hit it, Bull.
Ding! Pops it up, foul. Now Now you were a little slower that time on the reaction.
Well, that's a lefty-righty percentage. I'm going to get to it a little slower from this side, Steve.
Harry spent a great deal of his career perfecting that net, and you got a ways to go yet.
How many did you get?
You've caught quite a few.
Really? Boy, if it comes and I miss it, it'll be the end of my life. I'll just have to step in front of a car on
Family also will be very, very disappointed in you.
They never showed up. Oh, gee!
Foul tipped into the glove, and that's it for the Cubs. 3 up and 3 down. Bill Murray heading over to the radio side. Dewayne Staats will be joining me, and we're through 3 with the Cubs on top 2-0.
Is Project X just Top Gun with chimps? Find out this week on At the Movies.
Saturday night at 6:30 on Channel 9.
We're back at Wrigley Field, moving into the 4th inning with Steve Stone and our producer-director, Arnie Harris. This is Dewayne Staats. Nice to have you with us down the middle stages here. How you doing, Steve?
It was quite a 3 innings, I'll say that. I don't know how it looked on the radio side, but everything going well for the Cubs and certainly for Bill Murray.
Well, a 2-0 ball game here. Jodi Davis, that 2-run home run. See, Bill has the net out.
He had a hard time getting started, a hard time loosening up, but after he got rolling, he did a pretty good job.
Well, here's the top of the batting order for the Expos, Casey Candell. Candell playing in left field this afternoon. Rick Sutcliffe, first pitch is a strike, says Eric Gregg.
Surprising conversion, Dewayne. Candell moving to the outfield, but he looked pretty good on that catch against the wall.
He stayed with it. In 1985, he played a lot of center field at Indianapolis. There's a ball low, and the count is 1-1. Had a couple brief shots in the outfield last year. We saw him mostly on the infield and primarily at second base. Out in front that time, and the count is a ball and 2 strikes. Candell, Webster, and then Galarraga in the 4th inning for the Montreal Expos. Cubs leading 2-0 behind Rick Sutcliffe. Foul ball off his foot. Candell tries to run it off. Temperature at game time was 46 degrees here, but in the sun, it's very comfortable.
Judging by the fact that so many people in the bleachers have their shirts off, you know that it's certainly a nice place to be today. Very good crowd here.
Candell all set. Outfield way around the other way with Candell up there. And there's a foul ball.
Coming on the heels of that performance in Philadelphia by Rick Sutcliffe, I'm sure that both Herm Surratt and Gene Michaels very happy with Rick Sutcliffe today. Dewayne, he looks like he's control of everything. He looks very confident on the mound, and he's not afraid to throw the ball over the plate and let somebody hit it.
Now he has the pitch he wants. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a foul ball off Jodi Davis. Before the still 1-2.
Before the game, Jodi mentioned that Sutcliffe throwing the ball over the plate, letting people hit it, is helped by his ball club, which is a lot better defensively this year. And he tried to impress upon Rick to make sure that you don't walk these guys, the fact that the guys in the outfield now can go get them consistently. So let the guys behind you help you out.
Candell takes one a little wide, 2-2. Well, that's what was so frustrating about Rick's first outing of the year against the Cardinals when he gave up all those walks. He walked 7 and then came back last time out against the Phillies, walked only 2 in the 8 innings he worked. And he won that game handily, 9-1. There's a liner foul. Candell's bat went one way and the ball lined foul up the other way.
Casey was just protecting the plate. He realized he had committed himself and he had to throw the bat and almost got a base hit out of it.
Candell, 26-year-old switch hitter. The Expos, when they started the year, they had Law, Brooks, Wallach, and Webster in their opening day lineup. The only 4 who were in last year's opening day lineup. And now the count is 3-2. Matter of fact, they have only 10 players who were on the opening day roster a year ago on the opening day roster this time around. And there's ball 4, so Candell draws the second walk issued by Rick Sutcliffe. And here's Mitch Webster.
Charlie Lee, the one-time star with the Montreal Expos, throwing the ball in Florida. That's good news for Buck Rogers. He's had so many injuries on this ball club. Tim Burke, notably. He looked to Burke to be the stopper, but Burke has had some problems with his elbow. They hope that he'll be ready to come back in the not-too-distant future.
The pitch swung on and a looping fly ball center field. Martinez did not get a great jump, but he gets there in plenty of time to make the catch. Webster's fly ball into center, and Martinez had to wait about a beat and a half before making a move on the ball.
This ball hit right at Dave Martinez, and then he's got the speed after the step back to come and get it. Pretty good-looking young outfielder.
Candell scampering back into first. He's there with one out for Andres Galarraga. Galarraga's been swinging the bat pretty well for the Expos in the early stages of this year.
We're going to get a pinch hitter for Galarraga.
They're going to pinch hit for him. I wonder if Galarraga might be having some problems. They're going to pinch hit Wallace Johnson for him. So Galarraga's out of there.
Johnson hitting .283 last year for the Expos.
So Andres Galarraga lifted. We'll see if we get word from the Montreal dugout
Wallace Johnson standing for
on Galarraga. The runner at first is Candell. The pitch way high. That one got away from Sutcliffe, ball 1.
The only thing I can think of, Dewayne, was maybe running on the Leon Durham single to right field. Galarraga had to sprint out after that ball down the line. Maybe he aggravated a hamstring or some other type of leg injury, because there's no reason you'd take a man with that kind of power out of the ball game this early.
Candell with the lead. Sutcliffe tosses the ball to first.
You saw Jodi flip his thumb. Anytime a catcher does that, he feels the man at first has too big a lead, and he wants the pitcher to go to first base to keep him close. We take a close look in at Jodi Davis. This is a changeup.
Another move over there. Candell is back in. The Expos have stolen just 2 bases all year. Mitch Webster has both of those. They're 2 out of 3 in the running department. Another toss to first. Candell is back in.
Now take a look at it. You see Jodi Davis pointing for Sutcliffe to go over. Candell stole 3 bases last year for the Expos, 16 in AAA.
Another move over there.
Galarraga left the game with a bruised right thumb.
Bruised right thumb, the word we're just getting on Galarraga. The count to Johnson, 1-0. And the pitch is upstairs. 2 balls, no strikes, the count. Johnson, originally drafted by Montreal, another move to first. Candell back in. Matter of fact, Wallach and Johnson, the only Expos right now who were originally drafted by this Montreal ball club. One more time to first, and Galarraga's back in. And Johnson has not been with Montreal all the way through his career, which started in 1979. He was drafted in the June '79 draft. He spent a little time in the San Francisco organization and then back to Montreal. The pitch is a strike on the outside edge to run it to 2-1.
They played Johnson around toward left center field. He doesn't have a whole lot of power. Last year, combined between the big leagues and AAA, only hit 1 home run. He's a line drive hitter with some good speed.
The pitch strikes Anthony's, and the count evens at 2-2. There's Wallace Johnson. Now out of Gary, Indiana. It's 258 with Indianapolis, 283 with the Expos last year. Sutcliffe paying a lot of attention to Casey Candell. Candell drew the walk, worked the count to 3-2, fouled off a number of pitches, and finally Sutcliffe walked him. There's a ground ball right side off the glove of Sandberg into right field. Candell will go to third. Dawson with a pickup. The Expos have runners on the corners. The walk and the single, the first hit for the Expos off Sutcliffe, and now with one gone, Montreal with men on the corners.
Sandberg moving to his left, has a shot at this ball, but it takes a bad hop right at the end and bounds over his glove into right field. Candell with good speed around to third. So the Expos with a threat here in the fourth inning.
And you want to be careful here with Tim Wallach stepping in. You figure particularly now with Galarraga out of the lineup, Wallach is the one man who can hurt you with the long ball in this Expo lineup. And he pops him up. Sandberg initially making the call, but now Durham's going to come in and grab it. Bill Wallach is retired as Leon Durham takes care of the pop-up, and that is a very big out here in the fourth.
One of the reasons is because you've got a slow-running catcher up next and a chance perhaps for the ground ball. I'll tell you, with Wallach up, though, you got to figure that he's looking long ball. He's hit the Cubs so very well in this park. You know, he hit 18 home runs last year, Dewayne, and a lot of pressure falling on him with Hubie Brooks out of the order.
Well, you look at this Montreal ball club. Not only are they playing without the fellas they have lost for the time being. Reed takes a strike. Jeff Reed, the 24-year-old catcher. Reed out of Joliet. Of course, they no longer have Dawson without Reardon, for the time being without Raines. But when Brooks goes on the disabled list, along with Tim Burke, one strike pitch, low. Stopped nicely by Jodi Davis, and the count is 1-1. So things have certainly not gotten any better for the Expos from the personnel perspective.
And the loss of Bryn Smith certainly has hurt them.
They have Fitzgerald, the catcher, on the disabled list as well. 1 ball, 1 strike. The runners at first and third. Candell third. Johnson first. He's running. The pitch swung out and missed. No throw by Jodi. So Johnson has himself a stolen base. And the count on Jeff Reed is 1-2.
All the Expos want to do is stay out of the fourth at second base, make it that much tougher to throw out Reed. It's the first stolen base of the year for Wallace Johnson. No play on him. Jodi thought perhaps Casey Candell might be straying down the line, but that wasn't the case.
1-2 the count now on Reed. Reed coming over from Minnesota in the Jeff Reardon trade. Pitch is wide. It's 2-2. The Expos in an obvious rebuilding situation here. And they have some young players. They're not quite sure how good they could be. Reed, for an example, they don't know if this guy is a 220 hitter or a 260 hitter. 2-2 is high, and that runs the count all the way out. And the only way to really find out is to let him play.
Especially with Fitzgerald on the disabled list and really nobody else able to take control. Last year they were very high on Wilfredo Tejada. But they figure Reed is more apt to do the job.
Full count on Reed. Runners at second and third. And the pitch skied back into right field. Andre Dawson going back on the track, and he makes the catch to retire the side. So Reed gave it a ride. The Expos are out in the fourth. They lead 2. We go to the bottom of the fourth with the Cubs leading 2-0.
Tonight at 7, the story of Jacob and Joseph.
Father.
No, not Benjamin.
Punish him. Take him away.
The story of Jacob and Joseph, tonight at 7 on Channel 9.
This copyright telecast is presented by the authority of the Chicago National League Ball Club, which has the right of approval of the announcers and is intended solely for the private, non-commercial use of our audience. Any publication, reproduction, retransmission, or other use of the pictures, descriptions, and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Chicago National League Ball Club is prohibited. A reminder to all you Cub fans that this Saturday and Sunday, April 18th and 19th, is Cubs calendar weekend at Wrigley Field. Every fan attending the Cubs Expos games on either date will receive a full-color Cubs calendar, compliments of Budweiser and Bud Light. To purchase your tickets in advance, call Ticketmaster at 559-1212.
Bottom of the fourth inning, we'll find Jodi Davis leading off for the Cubs. It's a 2-0 ball game. Jodi Davis, David Martinez, and Sean Dunston. A note regarding the annual Cubs Care benefit to be held in the outfield here at Wrigley Field. The date this year is June 11th, and of course, proceeds benefit the cancer programs at Northwestern Memorial Hospital and the Cubs Care charities. Tickets again this year are $100 each and may be obtained by calling 908-7430. For more ticket information, 908-7430, and the date is June 11th. Here's Jodi Davis, the difference in this ball game right now. He goes after the first pitch upstairs, and he fouls it away. Straight back, strike one. As the home run so far this year at Wrigley for the Cubs, and with the distances, Jodi Davis now just one away from the 100 mark for his career.
We have a further update on the Jim Palmer story. He's been released from the Baltimore hospital. The report is it's not a heart attack, and certainly that's good news, but apparently muscular skeletal pain.
1-1 the count. He's out in front, and the count is a ball and 2 strikes. The one thing the Expos feel and will make Youmans a much better pitcher is the ability to change speeds, whether that's with the straight change or the breaking ball. And when and if that happens, he has a chance to be one of the premier pitchers in baseball. Count goes to 2-2. He got out in front of Jodi using that change.
There's no doubt that he has a fastball that's good enough to win anywhere. 92, 93 miles an hour. He doesn't have very big hands for a big man, so it really stops him from throwing too many good curveballs. He's gone almost entirely to the slider and straight change. Last year was an up-and-down year. At times, he looked like a world beater. He was 13-12 for the Expos.
This pitch line back into left center field. Candell cutting across, a diving attempt. Can't get there. It's off the wall. Jodi around first on his way to second, and he'll make it. A stand-up double for Jodi Davis. His first double of the year, and for the Cubs, hit number 4 of the afternoon off the right-hander Floyd Youmans. Here it is on a 2-2 pitch.
Watch the effort of Casey Candell in left field. Jodi Davis pulling the ball twice. This time Candell comes over and comes up a little short on the full-out dive. And Jodi's hit the ball very well 2 times against Youmans.
So Jodi Davis arrives at second with a double. And that's going to bring up David Martinez. You know, last June, Youmans threw a one-hitter against the Phillies, and he completely shelved the curveball during that performance at the request of Buck Rogers and Larry Bernhardt. The pitch is in there for a strike. So that goes right along with what you were saying, Steve, with his lack of ability to get a good grip on the breaking ball.
Well, he was hanging the curveball, getting him into a lot of problems. He figures the slider will help him.
There's a foul ball right back over the screen. Strike 2.
I think the slider is an easier pitch to control. It doesn't take quite as much finesse. It's thrown just like a fastball, and the ball moves at the last instant. You find more and more young pitchers, knowing they need control to get to the major leagues, they go away from the curveball and to the slider. In fact, the big breaking curveball is something of a dying pitch in the major leagues. Now, with everybody throwing the slider and most everybody experimenting with the forkball, you see less and less of that big, slow-breaking curve.
2 strikes to count on David Martinez. He pops this one up. Foul ball. Reed back toward the screen, but it's going to be out of play. So the count is still 2 strikes. I think that big breaking curveball, particularly with as much running as we see in baseball today, if you have that big, wide breaking curveball and you're not the quickest to the plate, you could find yourself in big trouble with opposition runners all over the place.
Especially in the National League. It's a lot more aggressive. A lot of guys are running. You have a couple of runners over in the American League, but nothing like you see against St. Louis or Philadelphia or even the Chicago Cubs for that matter.
There's a bounding ball foul off the facing of the Cub dugout. Boy, it'd be a nice pick-me-up for Martinez if he could come through here with a base hit.
Well, you keep waiting for him to break out, and I know Gene Michael has tried all the encouragement that he can try. I know Billy Williams has been working very hard with Dave Martinez, talking to him about waiting back and pitch selection, but there comes a time when the youngster has to take matters into his own hands and start hitting the baseball.
And he's called out on strike. Martinez caught looking. That's the first out in the Cub fourth, and the 3rd strikeout posted by Floyd Youmans. Here's another look at the 0-2 pitch.
The slider over the outside corner. And you can see Dave Martinez just freezing on the pitch. He thought it was outside.
Tough for a young hitter to try to be that fine on an 0-2 pitch and get away with it.
You know, the umpires are going to test you. They're going to give the close calls if you're not a veteran to the pitcher. And you've got to be swinging. You have to be aggressive.
There's Sean Dunston. The pitch is a ball. Dunston looped a single into right center his first time. He's been struggling up there. He's had trouble waiting. He's been chasing a lot of bad pitches. And until he's a little more disciplined, he's not going to see too many good pitches to hit. And a little something extra on it, and the count is 1-1.
That's some good news for the Houston Astros out of Houston. Your old buddy Nolan Ryan has 19 strikeouts in his first 13 innings, coming back from elbow problems. They're limiting him to 115 pitches. Sometimes Nolan will go 5 innings with 115 pitches. You remember those days.
Well, you never know. He's 40 years old.
19 strikeouts in 13 innings. That's amazing.
Pop-up foul right side. That's headed for the seats. Sean chased another pitch up, and the count goes to 1-2.
Can you liken Floyd Youmans in any way at the early stages of his career to Nolan Ryan at the early stages of his, both with the big fastball, both with inconsistent numbers?
Well, I think in a way there's some comparisons. There's no question they're both hard throwers. Nolan threw harder than Youmans. And, of course, Nolan had that great breaking ball, has developed through the years one of the better curveballs in baseball. High foul down the right side, out of play. And as we were just discussing, that may be a difficult pitch for Youmans. You find a lot of pitchers who come through this game with great arms, great velocity, but it takes a lot more than that to be successful.
Dunston will have to get over the tendency to swing at bad pitches. Let's see how Youmans works him.
Ground ball for Wallach at third. He'll make the throw. So Dunston's out of there. Wallach to Johnson. 2 gone with Jodi Davis at second, and here's Rick Sutcliffe. Sutcliffe struck out swinging in the second inning. Jodi Davis opened with a double. He's still at second with 2 gone now. There's Johnson at first. Wallace Johnson. High foul, lifted back and out of play. Rick 1 out of 3 for the year. Trying to add to the Cubs' lead here against Floyd Youmans. Wave and a miss. 0-2.
You look at this Expo club, and with Galarraga out, Hubie Brooks on the DL, Andre Dawson gone, Tim Raines, at least for the time being, gone. You wonder where they're going to generate any power, how many wins they can possibly chalk up in the early going.
Foul ball, right back and out of play, below the press level. So the count is still 2 strikes. Well, you wonder what Buck Rogers is thinking.
Why me?
And what am I going to do now? There's a line drive, base hit to center. Here comes Jodi around third. The throw by Winningham to the plate is not in time. An RBI single by Rick Sutcliffe. Lukovich had Jodi Davis coming, and Winningham's throw did not get there in time.
The soft outfield helped the Cubs here. Winningham coming to get this ball. It's not hit hard, but Jodi Davis on the move. Now take a look at Winningham. His throw is right on the money. It just bounces too many times. Winningham doesn't have the strongest arm, and as the ball trickles in, Jodi is able to beat the throw by an eyelash.
Sutcliffe's first run batted into the year.
Watch it again from behind Winningham. You can see the ball bounce. One hop, and Jodi's in.
Now, Youmans and Gregg are into it, and Gregg, I think, has ejected Floyd Youmans from the ball game. Youmans, I think, just realized he's been ejected and started to charge the mound. Now Buck Rogers started to charge the umpire coming down off the mound, and Buck Rogers is out there talking with Eric Gregg. Gregg motioned toward Youmans on the mound, and I think he's kicked him out of the ball game. So Youmans will leave, and the Expos need another pitcher. Buck Rogers may really have a problem fielding a team at this rate, between injuries and defections and ejections.
And now it's going to be Andy McGaffigan who's coming in. Of course, he's going to get as long as he wants to warm up. There's a surprised young man. I don't know what he did, Dewayne. He must have said the magic words that made Eric Gregg give him the boot in this one. But behind 3-0 with a depleted pitching staff, a lot of injuries to that staff. You're having a hard enough time fielding a ball club. Now your starting pitcher leaves the ball game in the bottom of the 4th inning. So the problems continue for Buck Rogers and his Montreal Expos. And Andy McGaffigan's going to take over.
Well, McGaffigan takes over for Floyd Youmans. As Steve mentioned, he'll get as much time as he requires to get loose, and it will take time for this. We're in the Cub 4th with the Cubs on top 3-0. Floyd Youmans has been ejected from the ball game, and right-hander Andy McGaffigan loosens on the mound in relief.
Last year he had a banner year for the Expos. McGaffigan at 6'3", 195 pounds. He's out of West Palm Beach, Florida, and now lives in Lakeland, Florida. Last year for Montreal, Andy was 10-5 with a fine 2.65 ERA. He appeared in 48 games for the Expos. He started 14 of those. Totaled 142 2/3 innings and only gave up 114 hits. Anytime you have that kind of hits per inning pitch ratio, you know you've got pretty good stuff. McGaffigan throws hard. He's got a good fastball and a hard slider to go with it. This year, and he's been in 2 ball games with a 3.38 ERA. He's been a reliever both times, pitching 2 2/3 innings, giving up 4 hits and 1 run. He's walked 2. He's struck out 4. And there you take a look at Andy McGaffigan. So Rick Sutcliffe drove Floyd Youmans from the mound in more ways than one.
And Eric Gregg delivered the knockout punch when he ejected him. That's the second member of the opposition ejected against the Cubs this year. Mike Easler, you'll recall, was kicked out by Jerry Crawford over in Philadelphia the other day. And now Eric Gregg gets Floyd Youmans here in this one.
That brings up a good point about demeanor on the mound or at home plate. Floyd Youmans is a youngster, and if it gets around that he's got a temper like that, it doesn't take long before it gets around to all the umpiring crews. Also with Mike Easler just coming back into the league after some time with the New York Yankees, he showed twice that he's going to get pretty excited on some bad calls. So it happened with one umpiring crew, but Again, they have friends, they make calls, and pretty soon you find out that that plate gets a little bit bigger. Instead of the 17 inches, maybe it's now 21 inches, 2 inches on each side. And the umpires will test the guy, and if they realize that he's going to fly off the handle, it's going to be a tough go for him. And I'm sure Youmans very disappointed with his performance today as far as giving up some pretty hard-hit balls, but you can't show that kind of displeasure on the mound. Number one, you're obviously out of the ball game today, but it might have even further ramifications down the road for the youngster.
Well, McGaffigan says he's ready to go to work, and the Cubs will have the top of the batting order. Chico Walker up there to face him, with Rick Sutcliffe at first, a run home and 2 gone. Jodi Davis opened the inning with a double into left center field, and after Martinez and Dunston had been retired, Rick Sutcliffe came up with a 2-strike single to chase home the run. So the Cubs are on top 3-0, and here's Chico Walker. Well, the Expos are really depleted. With Burke on the disabled list, they're hoping that Randy St. Clair and Jeff Parrott can close a few ball games for them. McGaffigan's in here as the middleman. Walker, nothing out of 1. He drew a base on balls in the second inning. And he takes a strike.
Bob McClure is the left-handed counterpart to the 2 right-handers down there, and it's bullpen by committee for Buck Rogers. He's got to find somebody to shut the door.
There goes Sutcliffe. The pitch is low, and the throw is not in time. Sutcliffe, surprising the Expos and everyone else, winds up at second with a steal.
They've got to bronze the bag. I don't think you're going to see Rick Sutcliffe running too often, but Andy McGaffigan completely forgets about him, and this is a surprise party for everyone. Rick Sutcliffe in at second base with a stolen base. That might be the first, and I don't know if the Cubs wouldn't be too unhappy if it's the last for Rick Sutcliffe.
Boy, you're a little nervous when you see that big right-hander trying to steal a base and diving in head first. Now Walker takes one on the outside edge, so the count is 1-2. The opposition against the Expos now 17 of 17 in the steal department, and that's not all the fault of the catcher Jeff Reed, because the pitchers have not helped him at all on this stat. A little close, and the count goes to 2-2.
It just shows you the heads-up base running Rick Sutcliffe, the fact that he really wants to win, and he'll do everything he can, not only knocking in a run, but stealing a base. But to go back to that day in Atlanta when he tore the hamstring, Dewayne, and you kind of hold your breath when you see the big guy running.
Boy, you're absolutely right about that. There's ball 3, and the count is full now to Chico Walker. Rick Sutcliffe with an RBI single and a steal of second in this inning. 3-2 the count on Chico Walker. Walker getting time, stepping out of the batter's box. Now McGaffigan's all set. Walker back in. And Walker's out on strike to retire the side. So out of all that, the Cubs settle for a run on 2 hits, and they leave a man through 4. The Cubs 3, Montreal nothing.
A participating advertiser in Cubs baseball is your Chicagoland and Northern Indiana Center Buick dealers.
3-0 Cubs as we go into the 5th inning.
And a look at beleaguered Buck Rogers, the man trying to figure out how to get enough healthy bodies on the field at one time.
Rogers in his 3rd year, starting his 3rd year, running the Montreal Expos. Well, it's got to be a tough situation. Going in, he knew that he was going to be up against it. One of the things, not only just trying to accumulate enough talent, but trying to keep everybody in the proper frame of mind to compete and give 100% every day.
Something to do. They battled Houston. They played them pretty tough. Then they had some problems, 2-5 coming into this one. And I can't see him scoring a whole lot of runs this year without all of that offensive punch they lost. You take away Brooks, you take away Dawson, you take away Raines. That's the heart of anybody's batting order. The only man who remains is Tim Wallach. And hopefully, for them, Andres Galarraga can provide some power.
Well, Liz Law to lead it off for the Expos in the 5th inning. Vance Law, he takes the first pitch high, ball 1. Law struck out swinging his first time. One of 2 strikeouts recorded by Rick Sutcliffe so far in this one. Breaking ball misses. 2-0 the count. Bill Campbell throwing in the Montreal bullpen. Here's a high foul down the right side, out of play. 2-1 the count. Law hit .225 last year with 5 home runs and 44 runs batted in. His major league career average, .250. This one a check swing foul ball to pull the count even at 2-2. Law hitting 6th in Buck Rogers' lineup. He spent a lot of time in the number 2 spot and then alternating between 6th and 7th last year in the Expo lineup. 30-year-old infielder. Sutcliffe 2-2. Line drive to short. Scooped up, 1 hop by Dunston, and the throw to first in time. A low liner on 1 hop, and Dunston handles it. Dunston to Durham, taking care of Law. That's going to bring up Tom Foley. Foley popped out to Sandberg his first time. He has some occasional pop in that left-handed bat. Foley divided time last year between the Phillies and the Expos. He was involved in the Dan Schatzeder trade. Pitch inside, ball 1.
Got off to a slow start. He got stepped on before the spring training started. He was working out with the Miami-Dade South baseball team, got in a rundown, fell down. One of the guys spiked him.
This pitch rolled to second. Sandberg there, and the throw to first in time. Sutcliffe with an off-speed pitch, and Foley rolls to second. 2 up, 2 down in the 5th for Herman Winningham.
You have to look out for the bunt here. Winningham showed the Cubs last year that he was an adept bunter. He likes to bunt it down the first baseline, and the Expos need base runners. Moreland in very close to third.
The pitch is low, ball 1. Rick Sutcliffe working to Winningham. Misses down.
His first stolen base since August 22nd, 1972 by a Cub pitcher, Willie Hernandez. Just a little less than 5 years ago stole a base. So Sutcliffe in select company.
Winningham goes for this one and pops it on the infield. Dunston near the bag at second. Makes the catch to retire the side. So an easy inning for Sutcliffe in the 5th. Home half of the frame coming up with the Cubs on top, 3-0.
There's trouble ahead on the next One Big Family.
What are you going to do, arrest me? I want you to go home and go to your room.
Saturday night at 5:30 on Channel 9.
In the Cub half of the 5th inning, Ryan Sandberg will lead off against Montreal right-hander Andy McGaffigan. 3-0, the Cubs are on top. They've out-hit the Expos 5-1. We have the same 2 clubs again tomorrow afternoon. The Expos in Saturday and Sunday. And the Cubs wrap up the homestand.
Dwayne, you're going to be happy to know that the roof is finally on in Montreal. So when we go up there, you don't have to bring that trench coat and all the other foul weather gear. At the expense of a total of $1 billion for the whole Olympic complex, it's finally completed.
I can't wait to see it.
Arnie, no more roof shots. It'll be enclosed.
Here's Sandberg. Rhino twice today has gone out to right field, 0 for 2. And the pitch from McGaffigan low, ball 1. First time Sandberg has faced McGaffigan. Everything else against Youmans, who was ejected after working 3 2/3 innings. Ground ball for the shortstop. Foley back up for the ball, and the throw to first in time. Tom Foley across to Johnson. 1 out. And that's going to bring up Andre Dawson.
I think he might be pressing against his former teammates the first time he takes a look at him.
A natural tendency, there's no question. It's always interesting to see how a former player and his former team respond to each other, particularly the pitcher, how they work him. Andre officially nothing out of 1 for the afternoon. He takes a strike.
Of course, in this case, he was not traded away. He actually chose to leave, turned down the offer. Negotiations finally broke down, and Andre Dawson donned the pinstripe.
McGaffigan misses with a fastball, and the count is 1-1. Andy McGaffigan. Well, there have been a lot of teams through the years like his ability. Ball hits the bat and deflects foul. So Dawson is behind McGaffigan 1-2.
There's a good look at Andy. He's got a good pitcher's build. He's tall. He's lean. He's always had a great arm. His fastball, right around 90 miles an hour, hasn't really ever gotten over the top in the major leagues, however.
The 1-2, and Dawson rolls it to third. Wallach charges, scoops, and throws, and Dawson is out number 2. So Andre's nothing out of 2. 2 outs in the 5th for Keith Moreland. There's Moreland. Well, Dawson continues to struggle just a bit. He's 0 for 13 now since the home run he hit Monday night in Philadelphia. Moreland hit the ball to the wall in left field back in the 3rd inning. Candell stayed with it and made the catch on it. Big chop foul, strike 1. First time up, Moreland popped to short, so he's nothing out of 2. The line on Youmans. 3 runs, 5 hits, and 3 2/3 innings. He struck out 3, walked 2, and gave up the home run to Jodi Davis before he was ejected by Eric Gregg. There's a line drive, base hit by Wallach, and up the left field line. Over to make the pickup, Candell, and Moreland will hold at first with a base hit. The first allowed by Andy McGaffigan. So a line drive single. Moreland's aboard, and here's Leon Durham.
Just over the head of Tim Wallach. Moreland hit the ball right on the button twice in a row. Candell gets to the ball quickly. And Casey's shown that he's pretty comfortable in left field. Now we'll isolate on Tim Wallach. Just barely over his head.
Here's Durham now. The ball is singled and has been called out on strike. Moreland draws the throw at first and is back in. Boston with 5 runs in the top of the 2nd inning at Toronto, so the Red Sox lead 5-0 in that one. Cubs lead 3-0 in this one, bottom half of inning 5. Durham takes a strike on the outside corner. McGaffigan was originally drafted by the Cincinnati Reds, but did not sign with Cincinnati. Drafted again by the Yankees and signed with them in 78. There's a liner into left. Candell freezes in the spot and makes the catch to retire the Cubs in the 5th. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. Through 5, Cubs 3, Expos nothing. Nothing. Cubs on top as we move into the 6th. The pitcher's spot is due to lead off, and the bullpen is busy. So Buck Rogers will go to his bench here to open the 6th. Reed Nichols will pinch hit. Nichols will be followed by Candell, and then Webster against Rick Sutcliffe. I want to pass along birthday wishes. 39th happy birthday to Ruth Zarnecki, great Cub fan.
Reed Nichols, originally brought to the big leagues by the Boston Red Sox, was their 12th pick in the June 1976 free agent draft.
Right-handed batter, and Sutcliffe starts him with a strike. Started him with a breaking pitch, strike one.
Nichols was traded from the Red Sox to the White Sox in '85, spent all of last year with the White Sox, hit .228.
Another breaking ball, and Sutcliffe throws that one over for a called strike. So he's quickly in front of Nichols, 0-2. There's Bill Campbell, the veteran right-hander, in the bullpen for Montreal. All three of the Cub runs charged to the Montreal starter, Floyd Youmans. Now Nichols hitting for McGaffigan. 1 ball, 2 strikes. McGaffigan works an inning and a third, gives up a hit, and picks up a strikeout. Strike 3 call. So Nichols caught looking. He's the first out in the 6th, and for Rick Sutcliffe, the 3rd strikeout. 2 of the 3 strikeouts have been called 3rd strikes, and here's another look.
Sutcliffe drops from the side and drops the curveball over the outside corner.
He threw some very good breaking pitches to Nichols.
I think you'd call Bill Campbell the next Expo pitcher, a much-traveled veteran. 5 different teams the last 5 years, including the Cubs.
Here's Candell. Pitch below to him, ball 1. Candell walked in the 4th after grounding out unassisted to Leon Durham in the 1st inning. Ball 2, 2-0. Casey Candell, 26-year-old switch hitter. He is in left field in the opening game of this series. This pitch is upstairs, 3-0. He played center field yesterday for Montreal.
He started 2 ball games for the Expos. They've won them both. And the Cubs trying to put that streak to an end today.
This one is a called strike. It's 3-1. Cubs with 2 runs in the 2nd, another run in the 4th. They're on top 3-0. And there is ball 4, the 3rd walk issued by Sutcliffe. So Rick has struck out 3 and walked 3. A 1-out pass here in the 6th brings up Mitch Webster. Webster's in right field. He played center field a lot last year for the Expos and started this spring in center field, and near the end of spring camp was moved to right field. He had a slight hamstring problem, and at the time he thought Buck Rogers made the move just to save him a little territory and a little wear and tear. Webster fouls this one, bouncing it off to the right, strike 1, but Rogers had an idea of leaving Webster in right field on a permanent basis. He didn't want to move him around any more than he had to, and so it appears that Webster will be the right fielder for the Montreal Expos. There's a little looping fly ball, left center. Walker can't get there. Makes the pickup on the short hop. Candell stops at 2nd, and now on the walk and the single, the Expos have 2 men on with only 1 out. And Wallace Johnson due up. Hit number 2 off Sutcliffe.
Now Jodi Davis out to the mound along with Keith Moreland. They want to make sure that Rick Sutcliffe is feeling strong and healthy.
Toronto came back with 2 runs in the bottom of the 2nd. Jesse Barfield hit a solo home run to account for one of the Blue Jay runs, and at the end of 2, the Red Sox lead the Blue Jays in Toronto 5-2. Here we're in the 6th. Wallace Johnson has the other hit off Sutcliffe, a 4th inning single. He came on to hit for Colorado, who's out now with a bruised thumb. The Expos had 2 men out in that 4th inning. They have 2 out in the 6th. Donovan moved to second, nobody covering. The only other inning in which the Expos have even had a base runner was the first when Webster walked, but he was erased on the double play that ended that inning. So the Expos have stranded 2 men. They have 2 men on now. There's a strike. Sutcliffe here in the 6th. Johnson becomes the potential tying run. The delivery down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Wallace Johnson. He's 30 years old.
Sutcliffe was in a jam in the 4th inning. Runners at first and third, 1 out, but he got out of it. And he'll have to make some good pitches to Johnson.
Johnson lifts this one back into center field. David Martinez has room, flips down the glasses to make the catch. The tag by Candell. He'll move to third. With 2 gone, the Expos will have men on the corners. Martinez throw back to Sandberg. So Webster remains at first. Candell goes to third on the fly ball to center by Johnson. And here's Tim Wallach. Wallach was up in that 4th inning when Sutcliffe found himself in a little trouble, and here he is again in the 6th. Wallach popped out on the first pitch in the 4th. He's also flied out to center. So let's hope that Sutcliffe can get by him one more time. Strong right-handed hitting third baseman. And Sutcliffe gets the jump on him, strike 1.
Wallach is an unusual right-hand hitter because he's a low ball hitter. His natural stroke is an uppercut. And if he gets the ball middle of the plate in, down, he can really hurt you. Sutcliffe probably try to stay away from Wallach. He's the one man who can provide the power.
Here's the pitch, blown away. Nice stop by Jodi Davis to keep the ball in front of him. And the count is 1-1. Another look at the stop by Jodi.
Jodi's saving Rick Sutcliffe and the Cubs a run. It's a breaking ball away. And Jodi shifts well. He's able to keep the ball in front of him. And that was a good stop.
Candell and Webster, the base runners, pretty fair speed. And the pitch is inside. It's 2-1.
I hate to see Rick Sutcliffe going in there in this situation because that's really the power position for Tim Wallach, and there's just a fine line between making a real good pitch and a bad pitch in that close.
Now, we've seen Wallach really golf some balls.
Oh, if he gets it down and in, he can hit it as far as anybody. And Rick just missed inside that time. Let's see where Jodi sets up.
Nothing doing on that move. Sutcliffe with another move to first. 2 outs. Nichols called out on strikes. Candell walked. Webster single. Johnson with a fly ball to center, sending Candell to third. Once more a move to first. Webster back in. 2 gone, and the count on Tim Wallach is 2-1. Swing and a miss, and the bat goes out to Dunston at shortstop. So the count goes to 2-2 as Dunston retrieves Wallach's bat.
I think it's safe to say that he was fooled on that one. Good breaking ball low and away. And Wallach losing the grip. Rick Sutcliffe with good reflexes got out of the way of that one.
That's an example of what the Cubs are hopeful Sutcliffe can do this year. Down on the count, 2-1. Throw the breaking ball, the off-speed stuff. Not have to give in to the hitters. Now he's 2-2 with Wallach. Foul ball into the top of the screen. I think after the first outing of the year when Sutcliffe walked 7, it really came home to him that he may as well try to throw the breaking ball for a strike. If he's missing with a fastball, he couldn't walk many more than 7 hitters. And he's been able to throw that breaking ball for strikes. He misses inside, and now the count is full, 3-2.
I got to figure Rick Sutcliffe's going to go back to the curveball. He'd like to keep it low and away.
Jeff Reed, the catcher's on deck, a left-handed hitter. The count is 3-2. Webster will break from first. There he goes. The pitch is low, ball 4. So Wallach draws the base on balls, and that loads him up with 2 outs for the Montreal catcher, Jeff Reed. Reed is nothing out of 2 in the 4th inning. He didn't seem to hit the ball all that well, but he got a lot of carry on it into right field. And Dawson had to go back onto the track to make the catch.
He showed he's got a pretty lively bat, because I didn't think he took a good cut at that ball, and yet he almost drove it out of the ballpark, so he must be a strong young man.
He almost hit the ball one-handed. They're loaded with 2 gone. And there's a strike on the inner part of the plate. There's Jeff Reed. First time in the National League for Reed. Went to West High School in Joliet. Big chop for Sandberg at second. Cubs are out of the inning. Sandberg to Durham, and that retires the side. No runs, 1 hit with 3 left. Bottom of the 6th inning coming up. Cubs lead 3-0.
I'm Tom Skilling. Is it possible we have the warmest air of the season on the way? It looks that way just in time for the holiday weekend. We'll have the full holiday forecast tonight on the 9 o'clock news.
Well, the Cubs get out of the jam in the top of the 6th inning. We move into the home half of the 6th. 3-0 Cubs on top, and Bill Campbell becomes the 3rd Montreal pitcher.
Bill Campbell had a tough outing in his only time out this year. He faced 3 hitters, gave up 3 hits, including a home run. All the runs unearned. Not a real impressive start. And Bill Campbell pitched 1982 and 1983 in this park with the Cubs. He was 3-6 for the Cubs in '82. He was 6-8 in 1983 before being traded to Philadelphia. Spent the '84 season with the Phillies, the '85 season with the Cardinals, and in 1986 he went to the Detroit Tigers. Last year he was 3-6 with a 3.88 ERA. A far cry from 1977 when he saved 31 ball games and was 13-9 for the Boston Red Sox and fashioning a fine 2.96 ERA.
Well, here's Jodi Davis. He's had a perfect day with a home run and a double. 2 runs scored, 2 RBIs, and the first pitch is low and away for a ball. Jodi takes a strike there, and the count is 1-1.
Campbell gives you everything. He gives you the knees, the elbows. He comes at you in sections, it seems, trying every way he knows to make it difficult to pick up the ball. His foot will hit before his arm comes through.
This pitch dipped low. 2-1. Well, you're right. He'll do more than just turn the ball over on you. He'll try a little bit of everything. Meanwhile, Jodi Davis is up there to lead off the Cubs 6th with the count of 2-1. And a chopper foul. Handled by John Vukovic to even the count, 2-2.
It's interesting, Dwayne, how a man becomes a short reliever. In his second year at Charlotte in AA in the Minnesota Twins chain, started 29 games. He completed 14. I mean, almost 50% of his games. And because of that, he got to become a short reliever.
He's 2-2 with Jodi Davis. And a line drive out of the reach of Foley and into left field, a base hit. Jodi Davis 3 for 3 this afternoon. He has a home run, a double, and a single. Has opened the Cubs' sixth with a base hit. Campbell hung one out there, and Jodi lined it through the left side of the infield. Here's David Martinez. Let's get this guy going. Martinez, nothing out of 2.
Jodi's raised his batting average to .350. Started today at .235. Early in the year, you can do those kind of things.
Martinez, 2 out of 20 for the year. And he pops this one up. Foul ball. Third base side. Tim Wallach under it. And he makes the catch for the out. So Martinez fouls out. Well, this morning in batting practice, Martinez was hitting the ball on a line and pulling it through the right side of the infield hard. He gets into the game, and he's popped it up a couple times, and that's what the Cubs hope that he can get away from.
And now we're at the point where, with each passing at bat, he's starting to put more and more pressure on himself. He realizes he's not hitting the ball. He realizes that his job is on the line and that Bobby Dernier is off to a good start, and he's the right-handed hitting counterpart of that platoon system. It's just going to get tougher and tougher, Dewayne. He's just got to put it out of his mind, but sometimes that's so very difficult.
Meanwhile, Candell playing soccer with that big beach ball down there in the left field corner. Here's Sean Dunston. Sean singled in the second inning. A looper into right center, grounded out third to first in the fourth. Here's another guy the Cubs would like to get started. Shortens up and takes the pitch for a strike. Sean is one of those naturally aggressive hitters. This pitch, ground ball, fair by the bag at third and down into the bullpen. Jodi Davis digging for third. He's going to make it. It's a double for John Dunston. And the Cubs have runners at second and third with only one out. The second double of the year for Dunston. And his second hit this afternoon. He got it fair by the bag at third.
Campbell turns the ball over, and so does Dunston. Dunston turns it over down the line by Wallach, who never had a chance for that. You see Dick Stello pointing fair all the way. Jodi Davis steaming around the bag. Jodi's had himself quite a day.
Even if there had been a play at third, I'm not so sure anyone wanted to get in front of Jodi Davis as he came barreling around second on his way to third.
Now Sutcliffe has another opportunity to help himself.
Rick singled home a run in the fourth after striking out his first time up. And he takes the strike. Rick for the year now 2 out of 4 with a run batted in.
Infield in at all 4 positions. This makes it a whole lot easier to hit. And a lot of room in right center field. And Sutcliffe can pull this guy. Campbell doesn't throw all that hard, so they're giving him lots of room if Rick can get the head of the bat out.
Rick taps it foul up the first base side. He's down on the count. 0-2. Action in the Montreal bullpen. They have the right-hander up. That's Jeff Parrott. Campbell, their third pitcher of the ball game here. We're in the bottom of the 6th. With Steve Stone and our producer-director Artie Harris, this is Dewayne Staats with the Cubs leading 3-0. A chance to pick up another run or two. Sutcliffe takes one away, up and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. We'll get a look at the 2 youngsters in the Cub rotation. The rest of this series, Greg Maddux and Jamie Moyer are scheduled to work tomorrow and Sunday. Sutcliffe started to go, but checked. And the count squares at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Davis opened with a single. 1 out later, double to third by Dunston. And a fly ball into left field. Candell going back, and it's going to be off the bottom of the wall. Here comes Davis in to score. Dunston on his way to the plate. It's a double for Rick Sutcliffe, who drives home his second and third runs of the ball game, and that gives the Cubs a 5-0 lead. Rick Sutcliffe with a double off the bottom of the wall and left.
His second double of the year, and Sutcliffe gets all of this one, driving the ball into the wind over the head of Casey Candell, who was playing him shallow. And Sean Dunston flying around the bases. Now, Candell misses the cutoff man. They might have had a shot at Dunston, but not after this relay throw. Nothing they can do but watch Sean score the 5th Cub run.
Still only 1 out in the inning. Sutcliffe at second base, and here's the top of the order. Chico Walker, ground ball back to the mound, and Campbell's throw to Johnson is in time. So Walker jumped on the first pitch and goes out pitcher first. 2 outs with Sutcliffe still at second. And here's Ryan Sandberg. Sandberg, nothing out of 3. Last time up, he grounded to short. He's hit 2 fly balls into right field. Well, the Cubs with 2 more runs so far in the 6th inning. The pitch, a little low. Cubs scored 2 runs in the 2nd inning, another run in the 4th. They have 2 in the 6th. They pounded on 9 hits. Swing and a miss by Rhino. 1-1. Floyd Youmans started for Montreal. He was ejected after 3 2/3, allowing 3 of the 5 Cub runs. Now the pitch too low. 2 balls and a strike.
Pretty good production out of the bottom half of the order today. Only man in the top half to get a base hit has been Keith Moreland, and that man right there has certainly helped himself with 3 big RBIs.
Bill Campbell delivers. Ground ball. Wallach up with it on a good play, and the throw to first. A little wide, and Johnson can't hang on. Sutcliffe goes to third, and Sandberg is still alive. Wallach, a nice pickup on that ground ball, and his throw to Johnson a little wide to the right field side of the bag.
This is a ball that Johnson probably should have handled, but he doesn't. Good enough certainly to catch, and that should go as an error on Johnson. And that's exactly how it's going to be scored.
It's the 11th error of the year charged to the Expos in this, their 8th game. Here's Andre Dawson. He lines one into left center field. That's in there for a base hit. Sutcliffe scores. Sandberg will go to third. The throw to second, and Dawson is in. Now Sandberg tries to score, and he's safe. Sandberg scores. So the Cubs scored 2 more out of all that.
Take a look at the hustling Cubs. Andre Dawson drills the ball into left center field. Now take a look at Dawson, because this sets up the run by Sandberg. Sutcliffe scores the play at second base, and when Rhino sees the throw come into second, he doesn't hesitate. Watch it again. Throw home, and Rhino with a good slide by Reed. And the Cubs are pouring it on the Expos.
Dawson winds up at second. The Cubs have made it a 4-run inning. It's a 7-0 ball game, and Moreland takes it low and away for a ball. Dawson got a little tangled up with Foley out there and was stepped on, but he's all right. Here's the pitch, and it's too low. 2-0. 4 runs home for the Cubs in the 6th inning. The Cubs now in double figures in the hit department. Ground ball back at third. Wallach up with this one, and the throw is in time to retire the side. So the Cubs are finished in the sixth, but not before they score 4. Bill Murray will be rejoining us now, and at the end of 6, the Cubs are on top, 7-0.
Who's having a baby?
We both are.
It's a lesson in the birds and the bees on the next Charles in Charge.
Saturday night at 5 on Channel 9. A participating advertiser in the Cubs is the Chicago Tribune. A great city deserves a great newspaper.
Steve Stone along with Bill Murray. Well, you've really sparked the ball club today, big guy. You enjoying it?
Well, I was just fortunate, you know. It's no one guy does it alone. I can't take all the credit. There's certainly other players to thank. We've been laughing in the radio with Sutcliffe. The guy's mind is completely gone. I mean, he's basically replaying the stolen bases and base hitting. His hitting in his mind up there. I hope he can pitch the rest of the game.
Long drive to right field, but Andre Dawson over a few steps, and he makes the catch. That retires Vance Law.
Well, those were a great couple innings. That was fun for Andre Dawson, I bet, to take the extra base on his old team. When they that must have felt good. I bet he feels about 7 inches taller than he did a couple days ago.
A lot of excitement in the bottom of the 6th inning. The Cubs tack 4 on the board, and Tom Foley steps up. He's 0 for 2. So you have some fun on the radio side.
Well, you have to be better behaved. You know, Jim and Lou are better behaved than you are.
That's what happens, huh?
They told me to get serious now. We could have some more foolishness later if we could only get Wallach out in the top of the 6th. So we did, and then we got foolish and scored 4 runs.
Well, a lot of fun for the Cubs today. They lead 7-0.
Well, I guaranteed this victory, if you remember correctly.
Yes, you did.
I'm on record. I think it's too nice a day here to lose.
Cubs with 10 hits, the Expos only 2.
Yeah.
2-1 count.
That Eric Gregg looks good with his own knee pads on, doesn't he?
And he's calling a fine game. You know, now you have to come every day. The Cubs are undefeated with you in the booth. If they hold on with seemingly behind Rick Sutcliffe, they will. High bounder. Sandberg right there. He makes the play easily and quickly. 2 up and 2 down.
Steve, what was your best hitting day in the majors?
Dave Rader, then catcher for the St. Louis Cardinals with Pete Falcone on the mound, told me a curveball was coming, and Dave was an old teammate of mine, so I leaned over the plate looking for it, hit the ball right off the plate. It came and split my lip. That was one of the hardest hit balls of my career, Bill. And your old buddy, Herman Winningham, steps up. He's 0 for 2.
Oh, Herman!
Takes the strike.
Takes the strike.
What do you have in that little book there?
Oh, I made a list of people I wanted to say hello to. I can't find it.
All the family get here intact?
I saw one friend of mine, Bubba Phillips, down there. I don't think any of my family ever survived. I think they probably had an argument at home and never left. Who knows? I can't see any of them out there. I would think they would be sort of sprawled across their seats by now. I can't see anybody down there. I want to say hello to Dick Blasucci, who's probably watching out in California. Who we used to do a scene at Second City where the rain delay scene of the guys in the booth having interviewed everyone, including the traveling secretary, interview the hot dog man. I wish he were here to enjoy this 7-zip ball game. Whoops.
Line drive right center field. Dave Martinez on the run. He's got the ball on the hop, but Winningham in with the 3rd Expo hit.
Well, he cut that off. He's fast, isn't he, Martinez?
That'll bring up a pinch hitter.
What's all the hollering about?
John Stafero, former catcher with the Baltimore Orioles. Last year with the Orioles, he hit .233. Spent some time in Rochester, and that's somebody in your family?
Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. That's my Aunt Jean. All right, that's my Aunt Jean. Well, she came.
I like the hairstyle. You got to appreciate that.
Well, she's bald underneath that. It's really kind of a style thing. Yeah.
Sad story?
Well, it's not a sad story. She just tried so many different hair colors and conditioners that it basically all fell out. She tried some sort of a miracle thing that some guy traveling door to door came with, and it didn't work.
0-1 count at Stefero. That evens the count at 1-1. Rick Sutcliffe doing a fine job.
How many do they hold in here for football in Wrigley Field?
Arnie says 42 when they used to play here.
It'd be great to have a game in here. This must be kind of a ghosty place in the winter. I mean, if you live in this neighborhood, you see those houses, to have this big place in here completely empty for half the year.
But look at the bright side. You can always get a good seat.
Well, yeah, that is bright. Thing.
2-2 count at Stefero. Top of the order and Casey Candell in the batter's box in the on-deck circle. There's a good look at John Stefero. They all came out to see you and hear you today. Standing room only on the terrace.
That's not true. That's a rent-controlled apartment. That's all. That's one family. There's the O'Grady's. Those are the cousins. Big family. Hey, did they do the Better Buick commercial yet? The Better Buick guys are your sponsors, right?
One of them.
I've been seeing Walter Payton do this. Well, here's the pitch. Let's watch the pitch. Ding. Oh, come on, Eric. No way, huh? Yeah, come on, waking up. Hey, how about some grape nuts for breakfast, pal? Straighten up.
So what do you think of Walter on the commercial?
Well, Walter's pretty good on the commercial, actually. I've just always been confused by that whole concept of the Better Buick. I mean, where are the worst Buicks going? Oh, he's running. He's out.
He got him. No runs, a hit, no errors, and one left. And after 6.5, it's all Cubs, 7-0.
Cubs fans, we're all waiting for Harry to return very soon, but until he's back with us in the friendly confines, let's take our 7th inning stretch and sing along with his classic recording of Harry's greatest hit.
Let me hear you, everybody. A 1, a 2, a 3. Me out to the ball. Me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back. Always root for the Cubs. If they don't win, it's a shame. Let me hear you. For it's the old ball game.
He's thrown back with inhibited Bill Murray and Leon Durham to lead off the bottom of the 7th inning. Well, Bill, you having fun yet?
Well, I finally found some of my relatives. They appear to have arrived. My sister and my cousin Kevin and his wife Kathy. So it's not a total disaster.
No, it's not.
I want to see Leon hit one. Oh!
Oh, he's not going to hit one this time because Bill Campbell completely fooled him.
Well, what happened there? The ball popped out of the catcher's glove and...
Yeah, but the Bull decided that he'd just take a walk back.
Well,
that'll bring up Jodi Davis, who's going to get quite a hand today. 3 for 3. He homered the 2nd inning, doubled in the 4th, singled in the 6th. He scored 3 times. He's knocked in 2 runs. Quite an afternoon for the man from Gainesville, Georgia. You're watching exciting Chicago Cubs baseball over WGN TV Channel 9 Chicago, America's #1 sports station. Bill Campbell on the mound. He's the 3rd Expo pitcher.
Move.
Get out. It up.
Get out of play.
Johnson's coming over.
Keep going.
Back in the seat. Well, what'd you think of that ejection of Floyd Youmans in the 4th inning?
I missed some of it. I thought he could have gone a little further, actually. You hate to see somebody get thrown out of the game, especially when the Cubs are hitting him. You know, I was hoping he'd stick around and we could hit him a little more. I think it was unfortunate that he had to leave in such a hurry. I missed the first part. I mean, it wasn't that close, was it? There's a base hit. Come on.
Into right field. Base hit for Jodi, and he's 4 for 4. He might insist that you come back every day.
Here's the pitch. I talked to Jodi and told him to swing something like this. Oh, that's nice. Oh, sorry about that. Just handcuffed him. Handcuffed him. 4 for 4, yeah. He and Sutcliffe are going to be playing this tape over and over again at home.
That'll bring up Dave Martinez, who's had a tough afternoon. He's 0 for 3. And a breaking ball misses high. Dave hasn't had the ball out of the infield yet. He's struck out and popped up a couple times.
I want this guy to hit. I'm going to try and send some sort of... Let's all try to send some good, happy vibes towards Dave Martinez so he hits this thing. He took some good cuts up there before.
2-0 count. Bill Campbell on the mound gave up 4 hits in the 6th inning. Charged with 4 runs. And he falls behind 3-0.
All right, Dave. You got 3 free swings here. Do you think they'll turn him loose, Steve Stone?
I don't think they're going to turn him loose. I think the team would like to see him at first base.
Okay.
He takes the fastball down the middle, but now he's going to turn him loose.
Jodi Davis has raised his batting average 141.6. Dave Martinez hits it hard, but whoa! Making it exciting out in right field for us. Well, he hit that ball good anyway. That's a good sign.
I like the fielding style of Mitch Webster.
Yeah, well, I can do that kind of thing too, but usually only after I've had a couple of drinks. Go for it, Mitch. Now, he should have rolled onto his back and spun around once, but he still did make the catch.
That'll bring up Sean Dunston, who's getting a good hand. Jodi at 381. Started at 235 today. 4 for 4. And Dunston's having a good day. He's 2 for 3, a single and a double, and he scored a run. Breaking ball misses low and away. Outfield around toward left center field.
Let's see if I can go find him.
Oh, I'd like to see Dunston run a little bit. Why don't you hit one into the right field corner, Schwan? Not quite.
Tried to, even up at 1-1. Little Cub fan up on the runway. Is that a friend of yours?
Yeah, he threw a baseball at me and he hit you in the back. I'm sorry.
No.
Kind of thing happens. It's a funny game, and you never know which way the ball's going to bounce. Ooh.
Swing and a miss. Good screwball by Campbell.
Boy, what was that? I hope he's not hurt.
Evaluate this swing, Bill.
I don't know what happened there. Well, it looks like a little bit of landscaping to me. It doesn't matter as long as he's not out is the important thing. I just wanted to see him hit one into the corner so he can run a little bit. I don't think Shawan has had enough exercise today, frankly. I'd like to see him get a little bit of exercise, and a shot into the right field corner would help.
1-2 count on Dunston. 2 out, bottom of the 7th.
Go, foul to the
Pops it straight back. It's all Cubs so far. They lose 7-0. They've out-hit the Expos 11-3. Good look at the former Cub, Bill Campbell.
Do you miss him?
Not the way he's thrown today. Breaking ball misses upstairs.
You think they're going to send Jodi Davis?
I got a feeling they'll keep him at first base.
I think he should just work on a tan over there. I would reverse his hat and try and get as much of a tan with that mask. You get such a funny-looking tan anyway. There's a ground run.
Down the line. Tim Wallach up with it.
Whoa!
And the ball's into the runner. Sean Dunston on his way to second.
Sean.
There you had a chance to see him run.
Yeah. I like that. That was kind of like running from the police, but it was the same thing.
Wants it again.
Here's Sean. So he's got a sprint to get to first to even make it close, right? Here's Wallach. He gauges the throw. He throws it, and Boing. Off the bag, and here's Shawan having to sprint to second. There's Jodi really moving, digging to third, and Shawan sprints to second. They're getting a little exercise. Come on, Shawan. Shawan doesn't think much. He goes right for it. The streams are for Rick Sutcliffe, the most powerful man on the Cub lineup today. Ding! He was going for the wall. He was trying to hit the cycle today. And they're making it exciting in right field.
And Webster comes over to make the catch.
Mitchell Webster, a disappointing and boring catch for us in right field. We thought he was going to do some more of his style stuff.
No runs, a hit, an error, and 2 left. We're through 7. Cubs up 7-0.
You're a runaway, out of money, out of friends, out of luck. What would you do?
Monday night at 7 on Channel 9.
Jack Rosenberg. Well, my mother has finally arrived at the ballpark, and there's liquor on her breast once again. Now, what's the story? What took you so long to get here?
Well, we've been down there. You just couldn't see us. We were below you, and there was some mix-up on the tickets, and that's what
Right.
happened.
Well, the guys from Joliet, the penal institution of Joliet managed to make themselves known. Where have you been for 7.5 innings? How can this happen? You're a full-grown woman. You should be able to...
We've been in hiding down there.
And there was some mix-up with the tickets, and there was a fight, and somebody started pushing, and the next thing you know, the officers had handcuffs on you.
No, we all got treated and everything was fine.
If the Cubs weren't winning, I'd be pretty upset.
I know it. You're doing a great job, you guys.
Well,
are doing a
there are a lot of
wonderful
people
job
to thank.
of putting this game, I think.
Oops. Oh, Bull Durham. Thank you, Bull. Thank you. Kendall, frustrated again. Show us that again, please. Look at this. Look at this, Mom. This is the kind of stuff we've been missing all day long. Look at this. There's Bull going to his right. There's no chance. Miraculously, he pulls it out. This is the kind of excitement that's been going on here all day while you were in the drunk tank over on Halstead Street. It's terrible. Terrible.
No, we've been downstairs.
This is Mitch Webster. Have you seen the acrobatic stuff he's been doing? He's been break fielding out in the outfield. It's been exciting. Look at him. He skies it. Jodi, it's all you. Oh, my favorite, the pop to the catcher. My favorite play in baseball, the pop to the catcher. You missed this kind of excitement all day. Were you out there with those kids who were sitting in the hubcaps all the time?
No. I was out there with your son, and we did start upstairs to come up here to the skybox to talk to you.
I could have sworn I saw you out there earlier. Arnie, did you see my mother out there watching with us, Kurt?
No,
a woman that looked like her, huh? What's that fire truck doing there? Do you have something to do with that? Did you set a fire out there again? You weren't throwing matches in the garbage again, were you?
I really didn't do it. Not this time.
All right. I'm going to have to take your... What are we going to do? Take your word for it. We were all here at the game.
Well, as long as the Cubs win, it'll be okay. You can take my word for it.
Oh, yeah. Say that, and we're all going to think you're okay
now. They're going to win today, and it'll be a great day, right?
Yeah, it is a great day.
Beautiful day out here. Beautiful day.
It would have been nicer if you hadn't gone off on one of your sprees again. You'd have been here all day with us, enjoying the game.
I hope everybody doesn't believe you.
Well, it only matters
I
for a
hope
couple
nobody
people
believes
believing.
you. In fact,
if only one person out there believes, it's enough.
Was Bill raised by wolves, or did you raise him? I mean, is this how it turned out, huh?
I tried. I did my best.
Wallace Johnson with 2 out in the 8th.
Ding. Come on, get it, Rhino. Hoyo. The Golden Glove.
And Rick Sutcliffe out of the 8th inning. 3 up and 3 down. We head into the bottom of the 8th with the Cubs on top. 7-0.
Oh, what a nice feeling. Good.
And we're back.
We're
Bill
back
Murray.
With Rick Parrott on the mound.
And Jeff Parrott.
Jeff Parrott
his brother's Rick Parrott.
I was talking to Rick Tellender. I'm sorry, I thought it was Rick Parrott. But I just know that this guy was asking for any kind of breaded goods cracker. Jeff Parrott on the mound. What kind of name is that? Wait a minute, that's another of my relatives. They all show up eventually. They generally surface at the ballpark and the airport, those 2 places. I'm sorry for any distraction that my mother may have caused in the booth today.
How many kids do you have in the family?
Well, my mother had 9 kids. That's the real problem. That's where the real problems began. So I have all these brothers and sisters that are all, well, certainly a big part of the Joliet contingent that came today, and they're out there in the seats there today. And she thinks that just because she had 9 kids and they're all working, that she gets a free ride for the rest of her life. And that's not true. She's going to be scrubbing floors later this evening somewhere.
She said, oh, yes, it is.
Oh, yes, it is, huh? You think you're a real big deal just because you cook 7 days a week for 35 years. All right, here's Chico Walker. Excuse me, Mom, we've got a game here. Chico Walker fouls him back into the, not far from where my sister Peggy was sitting. And those are some of my relatives screaming at the poor ball girl who's just trying to do her job. She's got good speed. She could run for Jodi Davis in an emergency.
In a big emergency, yes.
I guess so, but she certainly isn't going to hit for him. Not when he's 4 for 4. I'd like to see Chico Walker run a little bit. Chico, exercise, baby! I'd like to see him put one in a corner somewhere. Ooh, nice shot. He was trying to tie up this game with one swing of the bat, wasn't he, Steve?
Yes. A strong swing of the bat.
Yeah, 7-0 Cubs. I don't know how he could have done it, but if he could have, he was trying to with that swing. So, ooh, he takes one.
Jeff Barrett, 6'3", 200 pounds. Last year, split his year between Indianapolis and Montreal. Through 12 games for the Expos, 4.87 ERA. That's a good fastball. Originally came out of the Baltimore Orioles system.
Whoa, it's right to us! Oh, I can't believe it! I can't believe it!
Just this far from greatness. Just this far from greatness.
I should throw this thing away. Dang it! I don't believe it. It's your fault. A man's mother should never follow him to work. I should have had that ball. Where were you, Steve? At least you played in the majors. What's right at you? It hit Jack's typewriter, for heaven's sake.
Very close, yes.
Believe it.
So Chico Walker goes
I'm sorry, Chico. Thank you for thinking of us anyway.
Jack has a dented typewriter because your hand...
Ryan Sandberg is up. I'm sorry. Well, if we're a little giddy up here, it's because we've ended this 4-game losing streak. There's a scheme. It's a scheme, isn't it? All right, now Ryan Sandberg takes the ball. It's necessary for him. He's wearing the collar so far. He's 0 for 4 today. It's necessary. I mean, this guy was in the whirlpool a couple hours ago, having the time of his life, and he hasn't gotten a hit today.
I like that terminology, wearing the collar.
Yeah.
8 innings, you got it down.
That's all right. Sometimes those balls look as big as grapefruits come up there, don't they, Steve?
And sometimes?
Sometimes they don't. This darn net had better be ready. There's a hit to the right side. Oh, right to him, unfortunately. It's a 4-3 putout. For those of you who are scoring at home. How many of you people at home are scoring? Can we hear from you? Come on, let's hear from you. How many people at home scoring? Okay, how many people at home aren't scoring? Can we hear from you folks? Okay, just wondering. All right, Andre Dawson finally getting some real cheers here at Wrigley Field. A little excitement his last time at bat. He's finally getting some respect in this town. Hopefully he'll be able to walk into a restaurant without a reservation and sit right down from now on. Come on, Andy. You know, this Andre thing, Andre Rogers was the last big Andre in this town, and I don't think anyone can ever replace him. I think maybe he should go with Andy Dawson. What do you think?
Don't forget Andre Thornton.
That's true, but the tragedy about Andre Thornton is that Andre went to the Cleveland Indians, where he started to really hit big. Whose fault was the Andre Thornton trade, anyway? Lou Boudreau. Lou's over there. Somebody... Jim Fryer might know. Who's responsible? Maybe if you know the answer to who's responsible for the Andre Thornton trade, could you call us here? Andre Dawson grounds to the third. Wallach getting a lot of action this afternoon, throws him out.
And 3 up and 3 down. Bill Murray and I will move on to the 9th inning with Sutcliffe coasting along, and at the end of 8, 7-0 Cubs.
A participating advertiser in Cubs baseball is Pepsi, the choice of a new generation.
There's a base hit to center. This doesn't look good. I don't like the look of this. Base hit to center by Wallach. He's boy, I hate that guy. He really hits the Cubs terribly. That's 4 hits for them now. That's too many.
Let's take another look at it.
Oh, come on. Sutcliffe up there obviously thinking about his hitting and base running today, is not concentrating, and Wallach is able to get a stupid single to center. This isn't right.
The fourth base hit of the day.
Michael ought to go out there and talk to him and settle him down. Jodi, somebody get out there and reason with this guy. Oh, it's Luis Rivera.
Sutcliffe trying to complete his first game since June 13th of '86 and wrap up his first shutout since May 26th of '86. The shutout came against Cincinnati, the complete game against St. Louis. Ryan Dayette is taken over in right field. One of your favorite players, Luis Rivera.
Well, I'm glad that Foley is gone. Is Foley gone? Is he hitting for Foley, or who's he hitting for?
Hitting for Reed.
Well, looks good. Martinez is shading around to left. Here's a pitch from Sutcliffe. Strike! Swing strike. The swinging K for Luis Rivera. Adios, Senor Rivera. Courtesy of Rick Sutcliffe. Huh? Manny Trio is in as a defense replacement. I talked to Manny before the game. I said, I've enjoyed you for many years. I said, hey, man, lighten up. Cut that out. It's still a good glove, man. You can hit the long ball.
Occasionally.
In an emergency. In an emergency. It's skied. Nothing but sun in the glasses out there, but Dave Martinez got it.
Sutcliffe now 1 out away from a shutout, big guy.
Hey, wait a minute, Steve. I'm starting to enjoy this job, and it's going to be over in about one pitch. I mean, the Cubs are going to take their first win at home, and the fans are standing up to appreciate it.
You getting goosebumps?
Well, it's not quite the same as that second game against the Padres, but it'll do.
Tom Foley takes the breaking ball inside. He's 0 for 3.
Sutcliffe's going to get a complete game out of this unless he completely loses his mind. He's got to feel good. And all those people out on Waveland and Sheffield Avenue invited people over for the game today have now got these people all written off their guest list for the summer and can invite the rest of their relatives out to see another Cub victory. They're screaming. Louder! Scream louder! Ooh. Is this that horrible Tom Foley? Come on, Foley.
You might be revolutionizing play-by-play. It's an interesting approach.
Foley! Foley, I hate everything you stand for. Oh, come on! Come on, what's with that crazy Eric Gregg? This guy. Where's he staying? What hotel's he at? Come on, Rick. Good night. Goodbye, everybody. Wahoo! Wahoo, McDaniel!
Rick Sutcliffe wraps up the shutout, and that is a happy young man on the mound. Jodi Davis, congratulations all around. Sutcliffe threw a 4-hit shutout at the Montreal EXPOS. The final score is 7-0. And Bill Murray and I will be back after these messages.
That was great.
Tonight,
Talk fast. Who's having a baby?
We both are. Don't get excited, Mom. It's just a school project.
Things sure have changed since I was in junior high.
it's a lesson in the birds and the bees on Charles in Charge. Then,
I want to be independent. She wants to buy clothes.
calling all cars. A day on the picket line means a night in jail. And the Russians gone mad. And Bob's been bad. On What a Country. All tonight.
Oh, thank God they won.
It's the Budweiser play of the game. Jodi Davis up in the second inning. Leon Durham on base. Jodi Davis rockets the ball deep. His second home run of the year. RBIs 3 and 4. This is the game-winning RBI, and that's the Budweiser play of the game. I'm back with Bill Murray, and you'd have to say, folks, it was quite an experience. Not only the first Cub win in Wrigley Field, but a chance to hear Bill Murray doing play-by-play. And how'd you come out of this one?
Well, thank God they won. I mean, The most horrible sound of my youth was listening to Jack Brickhouse after the game, and that sound of people popping empty cups, turning them upside down and popping them after a Cub lost. It haunted me, and all I hoped was that I wouldn't have to hear that sound today. Instead, we've got a bunch of ugly people down here just screaming and howling because the Cubs won.
Well, the last man who guaranteed a victory was Joe Namath, guaranteeing a victory over the Baltimore Colts. You came out today and boldly predicted that the Cubs would win this one. You got to feel real happy.
Well, I was in the locker room. I had advanced knowledge. I knew that they were all clean and they were rested and ready. They had decent suntans they'd managed to hang on to from Arizona, and I just felt really good about today's game. I'm glad Rick did so well because, frankly, he owes me money anyway, and this is good for me.
Well, Bill, we thank you very much. I know Harry does. Thank you for sitting in.
Harry, we called Harry later, and he was driving some, let's just say he was occupied again, out at the pool.
Stay with us. We'll be back with the wrap-up after these messages. The final totals: no runs, 4 hits, 2 errors for Montreal, 7 runs, 11 hits, no errors for the Cubs. A happy day at Wrigley Field. The winning pitcher, Rick Sutcliffe, he's now 2-1. The losing pitcher, the starter, Floyd Youmans, he's now 0-2. Well, that's it from Wrigley Field. Stay tuned for the 10th inning after these messages.
Chicago Cubs baseball has been brought to you in part by Budweiser from Anheuser-Busch, True Value Hardware, your neighborhood Unocal 76 dealers, Buick and your Buick dealers, Canon Camera, United Airlines, and your Chicagoland Toyota dealers.
Our next televised game on Channel 9 will be between the Chicago Cubs and the Montreal Expos Sunday afternoon. Our telecast begins with leadoff man at 1 o'clock. Our executive producer-director has been Arnie Harris.
Well, he did a fabulous job.
Our assistant director, Joe Corneo.
What was he all day? I didn't see him once.
Our sports editor, Jack Rosenberg.
Ms. Rosenberg, everything's okay. He's going to be all right. He's okay. Chicago is. It wasn't as bad as it looked. He's okay.
My kind of town. Chicago is.
Boy, it's too nice when they win. Very nice when they win, Bill. Even the credits look better when they win.
Thanks. But especially Rick Sutcliffe for his base running today.
The final score, the Cubs 7, the Expos nothing. This has been a WGN Television 9 sports presentation.
I'm Tom Skilling. Is it possible we have the warmest air of the season on the way? It looks that way just in time for the holiday weekend. We'll have the full holiday forecast tonight on the 9 o'clock news.
Hey, Ernie.
Welcome to the 10th inning. Pandemonium has broken loose here at Wrigley Field with Bill Murray sitting next to me, but the day belonged to Rick Sutcliffe. He threw a 4-hit shutout today, the first complete game and the first shutout since the middle of 1986. Bill Murray certainly helped out the cause. He guaranteed the win, and we'll be back with more scores and highlights after these messages.
Our kids are growing up in this confusing, contradictory, even dangerous world. Millions of them are finding it tough to cope. We want to find out why. Why more and more kids are running away, having babies, getting high, hurting others, or even killing themselves. Tough questions with tough answers. Meet these kids, hear their stories, see their nightmares live, and learn how you can help.
Monday night at 7 on Channel 9.
The highlights of today's game have to include Eric Gregg behind the plate, finally appearing in something resembling human clothing. And then Jodi Davis taking it deep, and I mean deep, to left center field. This guy's hitting the ball like he's got some sort of vendetta. Here's Andre Dawson trying to make good against his old teammates. Up against it! Attaboy, Andre. Hey, don't mess with the Ivy. Jodi Davis again. Whoop! Style points out into the gap in left center field. A left field facial for the Montreal left fielder Kendall. Rick Sutcliffe at the plate. Look out. He can hit the ball, folks. But that isn't anything. I hope the next one we see is Rick at first base after driving Jodi. And Jodi, make it close. Jodi, what speed? Jodi, now Rick also pitched today. He did do some pitching. He allowed 4 hits, but he did have 3 RBIs today. Another hit. This is a double off the wall that drives in 2 runs. Are we going to see a stolen base, Arnie? That's what they really want. There's Jodi making it exciting at home. And there's Nothing. And here's Andy Dawson, I like to call him, driving at the left center, and against his old teammates, proving that the knees still work, taking second base, and then Rhino coming home for the score. Oh, man. Hey, come on, Expos. We caught that one in Legion ball. Come on.
I think you'll agree you've never seen the highlights done quite like that. And we're going to be back with the scores after these messages.
7-0.
I'm Mike Royko, and this is the story of Chicago and the Cubs, a lifelong love affair. It's history, sure, a slice of Americana, but it's also a story of a unique ballpark, the players who took to the field, the fans who took them to their hearts, and a city that considers the whole spectacle as much a part of the environment as, well, as water and air.
My kind of town, Chicago is. The Wrigley Field in Chicago is. My kind of town that won't let you down. It's my kind of town. My kind of town, Chicago is. My kind of town, Chicago is.
Game's over. The Cubs win it on a Billy Williams home run.
The Wrigley Building, Chicago is.
It's a no-hitter! It's a no-hitter for Kenny Holtzman!
The Chicago Cubbies, Chicago is.
There's a drive and a deep left center way back.
It's mine. All of it is mine. My kind of town.
This old pumping station, despite popular belief, isn't the only part of Chicago's past that survived the Great Fire of 1871. In a roundabout way, there was a baseball team that made it too. Back in 1871, a team called the Chicago White Stockings became the city's first professional baseball club. That team did okay for a while, but a funny thing happened to the White Stockings on the way to their pennant. Mrs. O'Leary's cow came along and, as legend has it, kicked over a lantern, and you know the rest. Well, it was 2 years before anyone even thought about playing baseball in Chicago again. The year was 1875, and the world was in the throes of the Industrial Revolution. That was most apparent in cities like Chicago, where the population grew in leaps and bounds. Now those people needed to be entertained, and baseball was one way to do it. By 1876, a league of professional baseball clubs was formed by William A. Hulbert, who had become the president of the dormant White Stockings a year earlier. Hulbert immediately coerced Boston Star pitcher A.G. Spaulding to come to Chicago, where he won 43 games, and along with the legendary Cap Anson combined to bring Chicago its first pennant in 1876. Anson later went on to become the first Mr. Cub, compiling more than 3,000 hits in his 22-year playing career, while also managing the team to 3 consecutive pennants from 1880 to 1882. The early Chicago team was not only good in the Midwest, they were good all over the world too, as evidenced by their global tour in 1888, which included what must now be considered the ultimate sandlot game by the pyramids along the Nile. In 1902, the team became known as the Cubs because it had a lot of young players, and in 1905, Frank Chance took over as manager. Soon the Cubs built a powerhouse, with third baseman Harry Steinfeld, the legendary double-play combination of Joe Tinker, Johnny Evers, and player-manager Chance. The pitching staff had Mordecai Three Fingers Brown, who won 20 games 6 seasons in a row, Orville Overall, who won 23 games in 1907, and Ed Rulebach, who, beginning in 1906, won 79 games in 4 years. The 1906 Cubs won a record 116 games and went on to face the White Sox in the only crosstown World Series Chicago has ever seen. The Cubs were heavily favored, but the Sox prevailed, winning the series in 6 games. A year later, the Cubs returned to the series again, where this time they took 4 straight from the Detroit Tigers, holding the legendary Ty Cobb to a 200 average in the series. Today, it's sort of disheartening to look back and realize that the last time the Cubs were a powerhouse, the Wright brothers were just beginning to fly, but such was the case in 1908, which happened to be the 3rd consecutive year the Cubs found themselves in the series. Only that year, things weren't so easy. After winning the pennant by 20 and 17 games the previous 2 seasons, the Cubs needed a miracle, or more accurately, a miraculous blunder to help them win the pennant. In a crucial game in late September, the New York Giants seemingly beat the Cubs on an Al Bridwell single in the bottom of the 9th. But as fans poured onto the field, Fred Merkle of the Giants, who had been on first, headed straight for the center field clubhouse, never touching second base. After Merkle was called out, a near riot ensued, and the game couldn't be resumed. Eventually, the Giants blew their 5-game lead, and then lost a replay of Merkle's game 4-2 as the Cubs won the pennant and eventually the series over the Tigers. Soon after, however, fortunes changed, and although they still had players like Frank Schulte and 1912's Triple Crown winner Heine Zimmerman, the Cubs fell on hard times. Meanwhile, Chicago was building beyond its stockyards. In 1916, the Republicans held the National Convention of the city for the 3rd consecutive time, reaffirming Chicago's political clout. The clout of the Cubs, however, had diminished, and in 1916 they were sold to Charlie Wegman, who previously owned a team in the Federal League. He promptly moved the team to a ballpark built 2 years earlier at Clark and Addison Streets, which would later be called Wrigley Field. But aside from that, it's likely that Wegman will best be remembered for being the first owner to allow spectators to keep foul balls. However, it's very likely that few foul balls reached the stands when the Cubs' Hippo Vaughn and the Reds' Fred Toney pitched the only double no-hitter in baseball history on May 2nd, 1917. Because of the war, the 1918 season was cut short right after Labor Day, and the Cubs were awarded the pennant because they had a 10.5-game lead over the second-place Giants. They did, however, go on to lose a 6-game series to the Red Sox and their star pitcher, Babe Ruth. Soon after that, William Wrigley became the Cubs' new owner and named Bill Veeck Sr. as the team's president. With a duo like that, you might think that winning would have come easy, but it didn't, as the Cubs made the 2nd division their home away from home for the next several years. However, there were some bright spots, such as Grover Cleveland Alexander, who won 27 games in 1920. But for the most part, the Cubs of the early 20s were probably best known for training on Catalina Island, which was Mr. Wrigley's private haven off the coast of California. They certainly weren't known for winning, and in fact, the fun-loving Cubs of 1925 finished in last place for the first time in team history. A year later, there were changes all over Chicago. The original portion of Wacker Drive was completed, a 2-level street with an eye toward practicality. Not to be outdone, that same year, the Cubs went for practicality too, hiring manager Joe McCarthy, who turned the team into immediate winners. With help, of course. There was pitcher Charlie Root, the Cubs' all-time win leader with 201. And Riggs Stevenson, the Cubs' all-time career batting leader with a .336 average. Add to them Kai Kyler, who hit over 305 times in his 7 Chicago seasons, as well as Rogers Hornsby and Hack Wilson, and the Cubs had a North Side version of Murderer's Row. Of course, the Cubs weren't alone in murdering opponents, especially in Chicago during the 1920s. However, people did forget about Al Capone, at least for a while, in 1929. That year, outfielders Wilson, Stevenson, and Kyler all had more than 100 RBIs, the only time that's ever happened in baseball history. As for the Cubs, well, they won the pennant, but then lost to Connie Mack's Philadelphia A's in the series when the A's came from 8 runs down to win Game 4 and 2 down in the bottom of the 9th to win the 5th and final game. The loss stayed with the Cubs the next year as they failed to recapture the pennant, even though Hack Wilson had one of the greatest years ever. That season, in 1930, Wilson hit 56 homers and drove in a Major League record 190 runs. 2 years later, in 1932, shortstop Billy Jurgis was shot during the season, but he recovered, as did the Cubs, who found themselves facing the New York Yankees in the 32 series. But the New Yorkers proved too tough, taking 4 straight by the combined score of 37-19. In 1933, Chicago opened its second World's Fair, and this one had a definite eye towards the future. So too did the Cubs, especially player-manager Charlie Grimm, who was beginning to become less of a player and more of a manager. Along those lines, in 1935, Grimm brought up 17-year-old rookie Phil Cavaretta to take his place on first. Cavaretta joined established stars like Billy Herman, a career .300 hitter whose 227 hits led the National League that year. Then there were the 2 20-game winners that year, Lon Warneke and Bill Lee, as the Cubs won the pennant again, this time in miraculous style, winning 21 straight in September. But a world championship was not to be, as the Cubs lost their 5th series in a row, this time falling to the Tigers in 6 games. Keeping to their schedule of winning a pennant every 3 years, the Cubs did it again in 1938, thanks in part to the legendary Dizzy Dean, who won 7 of 8 decisions in his first season in a Chicago uniform. '38 was also the year that catcher Gabby Hartman took over for Grimm as manager midway through the season. The Cubs had been in 3rd place, but under Gabby they staged a furious comeback, which culminated when Hartnett himself hit his famous homer in the Gloman to help overtake the Pirates near the end of the season. When it was over, the Cubs had won 21 of their final 25 to take the pennant. The World Series was next, but before Cub fans could get too excited about their team, along came the New York Yankees. Babe Ruth might have been gone, but the Yanks still had Lou Gehrig and a newcomer named Joe DiMaggio. That team proved to be so powerful that only Dizzy Dean came close to winning a game for the Cubs as the Yanks swept 4 straight yet again, this time outscoring the Cubs 22-9. And to add insult to injury, it was one of 7 pennants in New York for ex-Cub manager Joe McCarthy. The war years followed soon after, but Chicagoans were still interested in following their Cubs, especially in 1945 when the pennant wound up in Chicago again. One reason it did was Andy Pafko, who drove in 110 runs that year. Another was Stan Hack, one of only 6 Cub players to have more than 2,000 career hits. Add to them Phil Cavaretta, the league's leading hitter in 1945, as well as the league's MVP a year earlier in Bill Nicholson, and a pitcher by the name of Hank Barowie, who went 11-2 after coming to the team in late July. And you could see why the Tigers should have been worried, only they weren't. And the Cubs lost yet another series, this time in 7 games. That particular loss marked the end of an era where Chicago was a sweet home for the winning Cubs.
Come on, baby, don't you want to go? Come on, baby, don't you want to go? Back to the same old place, sweet home Chicago. One is true, two is so. Well, I love little girl, you never know. Come on, baby, don't you want to go back to the same old place, sweet home Chicago.
50s didn't bring much winning baseball to Chicago, but there were some great individual performers. For instance, Hank Sauer, who was called the mayor of Wrigley Field without stealing a vote. He won the MVP award in 1952, leading the league in homers and RBIs. In September of the next year, Ernie Banks appeared in a Cubs uniform for the first time. Banks, of course, was an immediate success, and although the Cubs never won a pennant during his career, Banks himself won the MVP award in both 58 and 59, the first back-to-back winner in National League history. In 1961, Billy Williams became the first Cub to win the Rookie of the Year award. Together with Banks, Williams gave the Cubs hope for the future, which might have worked out even sooner if Lou Brock hadn't been traded away or 1962's Rookie of the Year, Kenny Hubbs, hadn't died in a plane crash. Then again, there was that college of coaches approach to managing in the early 1960s that was bound to hold back the Cubs anyway. But all that began to change in 1966 when Leo DeRocher was named the team's manager. Leo brought a winning attitude to Chicago right away, although having players like catcher Randy Hundley and pitcher Fergie Jenkins certainly had something to do with the team's turnaround. Add to them Banks and Williams, and players like second baseman Glenn Beckert, shortstop Don Kessinger, and third baseman Ron Santo, and you can see why the Cubs were on the verge of something great in the late 60s. Unfortunately, during that same time, something great was not happening to Mayor Daley and the city of Chicago. The spring and summer of 1968, with its riots and infamous Democratic convention, may have been the most painful in Chicago's modern history. That is until the next year, 1969. That's when Chicago fans found out what a real hangover feels like. In 1969, the Cubs were favored to win the pennant, and for a while they played like it.
Deep to right, back, it's all over! Willie Smith gets homered! The Cubs win the game! That's it! There she goes! Back! Hey! Hickman did it again! Oh, brother!
The old June swoon that year? No way. Those were different Cubs. The swoon would come a little later when the Mets made their move.
Well hit. Deep to left center. That's way back there. It is caught and dropped by Young. He had it in his glove, and then he whanked into the fence out there and jarred the ball out of it. Ferguson Jenkins trying now to send the ball game into extra innings. There is a drive into short left. It is a base hit. The ball game is all over.
A few months later, it was the season that was all over.
There's a base hit to right. Agee rounds third. Eddie Yost waves him in. The throw in. He is saved at the plate. And Hundley is really hollering at Davidson.
No matter how much hollering the Cubs did, there was nothing they could do to stop the Mets in 1969. After spending 155 consecutive days alone in first place, the Cubs had to settle for second. In fact, settling was something Cub fans had to do for the next 15 years. There were some bright spots, though, like the back-to-back batting titles Bill Madlock won in 1975 and 76.
That's a pretty well-hit ball to right. Yeah! The ball game is over. Madlock has sent one to the wall. And what a day that Madlock has had.
Yeah, but Madlock was traded the next season. But 4 years later, in 1980, the Cubs had another batting champion, Bill Buckner.
Oh, there's one hit deep to right field. Hey, gets it to Bob. A grand slammer by Buckner.
A year earlier, in 1979, Cub fans were treated to the Major League leader in home runs, Dave Kingman.
Hey, kiss it goodbye. It is gone. That one's in Milwaukee. It hit the front porch of the third house across Waveland Avenue. Man, oh man, isn't that something?
In 1980, Kingman's celebrity landed him a column in the Tribune. But Dave, of course, turned out to be much better with his bat than his pen, and his column, like his Cub career, would be over by the end of the season. same year the Cubs had the best home run hitter in the National League, they also had the best pitcher. Bruce Sutter won 6 and saved 37 of the Cubs' 80 wins in 1979 and became only the second Cub pitcher to win a Cy Young Award. But even with Kingman and Sutter, by the end of the 70s, Cub fans were at the height of their frustration. Good news, though, was right around the corner. In August of 1981, the Wrigley family, which had owned the Cubs since December of 1915, decided to sell the team to their neighbors across Michigan Avenue, the Tribune Company.
We were very hopeful for a positive vote, and we got an 11-0 vote.
As Andy said, we're very, very pleased when we had the affirmative vote from Chubb and the owners.
Soon after the new owners took control of the Cubs, an optimistic Dallas Green was named the general manager.
We're going to be very competitive, and we're going to move up in the standings, and if we get to that 500 mark, like I said, I think anything can happen.
Although very little happened during Green's first 2 years, things began to change when Jim Frye became the manager in 1984. Although optimism hadn't been part of a Cub fan's vocabulary for what seemed like an eternity, Frye would eventually lead the Cubs to a storybook season in his first year.
We're writing a script. Having won in 39 years, we'll be going down in history.
Write it down.
Yeah.
Right from the first pitch, it was obvious that the 1984 season would be different, and as things turned out, it was.
Pitch of the ball game. Mark Davis's delivery. Line drive, base hit for Denier. And a way to start the new year.
What a way to start it, all right. Through the middle of June, the Cubs held on to first place, and then made a trade that really got them going. Rick Sutcliffe came from the Indians and went on to win 16 of 17 decisions as the lead steadily increased. Fittingly, the final challenge would come from the Mets, but unlike 1969, this was the Cubs' year.
They're going to get him. He's out! Holy cow! The Stars made a perfect throw.
And so the Cubs forged on to a title, eventually winning the East on September 24th, 1984. Harry Carey's joyful shouting of Cubs win, became a rallying cry all over Chicago. And although the Cubs would later go on to lose to the Padres in the playoffs, the night of September 24th will go down as one of the greatest in Cub history.
Cubs win! Cubs win!
Actually, when it comes to the Cubs, winning or losing really isn't all important. What's important is that the Cubs have been part of Chicago for over 100 years, and always will be.
Take me back to Chicago and lay my soul to rest, where my life was free and easy. Remember me at my best. Take me back to Chicago, where my music was all I had. I tried to be as good as I could, and sometimes it made me sad. Take me back to Chicago,
You've heard it said that home is where the heart is. Well, that might be true for most. But for Cub fans, it's more likely that home is where the ivy is. You know, sometimes I wonder what the history of the Cubs would be without Wrigley Field. No Homer in the Gloman by Gabby Hartnett. No Ernie Banks saying, hey, it's a beautiful day, let's play too. I mean, this old ballpark is as much a part of the team's tradition as any player, coach, manager, or owner. In a sense, Wrigley Field is the Cubs. And fans, all fans, not just Chicago fans, have enjoyed its special magic for over 70 years. Built in 1914, Wrigley Field was originally known as Wegman Park. and the Cubs didn't actually play there until April 20th, 1916. It was another 10 years before it got its present name, in honor of William Wrigley, who owned the team until his death in 1932, when the Cubs were then passed on to his son, PK. Contrary to popular belief, most of what we see of the park today is not what people saw when it was first built. Since the beginning, Wrigley Field has undergone several renovations and expansions. Even the famous outfield walls were bare until 1938, when Bill Veeck planted some bittersweet and ivy to spruce them up. And the scoreboard didn't appear on top of the center field bleachers until 1937. Then there's the matter of lights. As any Cub fan knows, there are none. But even that was almost changed until Mr. Wrigley felt compelled to turn over lights meant for Wrigley Field to the war effort. So 2 years after the war, in the daylight of course, the All-Star game came to Wrigley for the first time. In that game, the National League held a 1-0 lead on a Johnny Mize home run. But the American League rallied for a 2-1 win. It would be 15 years before the game would return. And that same year, not only would the Stars come to Wrigley Field, but Wrigley Field would be brought to the Stars.
We in television are convinced that the ability to portray immediacy, to realize what's new, what's going on, is the true significance of this new communications bridge. These first 18 minutes will attempt to show you a few of the things that are going on right now on the North American continent. I'm Walter Cronkite. Here is Chet Huntley.
Good evening, Europe. We had intended to take you at this time to Washington, where the President's weekly news conference is about to begin. But because of early acquisition at Andover, we got the Telstar circuit early, and the President has not yet started. So suppose we take you to a baseball game in Chicago instead.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just been informed that this baseball game is being seen in Europe right now over the Telstar satellite. Let's give all the baseball fans in Europe a big hello from Chicago.
No score in the ball game. This point, the Phillies, no runs, 1 hit, no errors. The Cubs, no runs, 2 hits, no errors. Well, we realize that all of this doesn't make much sense to you folks in Europe, but if we hadn't shown you a bit of our national game on this first transatlantic show, we'd never have heard the end of it. As a matter of fact, right now, our colleagues who are doing the translating are going crazy trying to say runs, hits, and errors in Swedish and Italian. In any case, here it is, a brief glimpse of American baseball played in the biggest arena in the world, all the way from Wrigley Field in Chicago to the Coliseum in Rome.
I'm sure on that day, the one thing that didn't get lost in the translation was the beauty of Wrigley Field. In this era of multi-purpose stadiums, Wrigley Field remains a link to the past, right down to its natural turf, natural lighting, and manually operated scoreboard. But the charm of Wrigley Field lies not with the art of changing numbers by hand. It's much more than that. It's the continuity, the feeling of being in the same place as fans who once watched all the great moments in the stadium's history, like Babe Ruth's famous called shot in the World Series of 1932.
I'll never forget it. It was a tough series. Both clubs riding each other, doing everything to get each other's goat. Well, that was this one particular time when I went to bat. Charlie Root was pitching. And I looked out at center field and I pointed. I said, I'm going to hit the next pitch ball right past the flagpole. Well, the good Lord must have been with me.
Whether Ruth pointed or not is irrelevant. Like Mrs. O'Leary's cow, it makes a good story. The reality of the matter, though, is that Ruth's homer had very little to do with the outcome of the series. Let's face it, folks, the Yanks are going to win it anyway. But that wasn't the case with Gabby Hartnett's homer in the Gloman in 1938. Now, that one was important. As the story goes, a crucial game between the Cubs and Pirates was about to be called because of darkness, until Hartnett put an abrupt end to the afternoon.
Gabby steps back into the box. Brown goes into his windup. He throws. Gabby swings. He hits it. It's a long, long drive, way out into left center. Floyd Wainer is racing back. It's going. It's going. It may be. It may be. It is.
Of course, there have also been great moments in Wrigley Field when no one has hit a thing.
Watch it. There's a drive on the line to left field. Come on, Moose. He did it. He did it. Boy, fabulous catch. It's a no-hitter. A no-hitter. And what a catch that Moran made. Oh, brother, what a catch he made.
That's well hit. And there, I believe, goes the no-hitter.
Ball 3, strike 2. Here it goes. Ground ball. Second up with it. To throw to bag. It's a no-hitter. It's a no-hitter for Kenny Holtzman. Look at this. Oh, brother. Strike 3. It's a no-hitter. A no-hitter for the kid, Bert Hooton. And look at him grab him. Everybody pouring out of the bench. Fans racing onto the field. Ball 3, strike 2, 2 out. Perfect game on the line. No hitter on the line. Watch it. It's a ball. And Pappas is enraged.
I don't know what Bruce was thinking. I think he was very stupid in what he did, looking back on it. Because all he had to do was raise his right hand. I'm sure nobody would have squawked, especially on the San Diego side. How many chances do you get? That was my one chance. You know, probably I feel fortunate that I did have the fact of doing that, but there was only 10 before that. So there hasn't been a lot of perfect games.
There's a high fly ball. Short right, should be caught. Fan zone's out there on the grass. He has it. It's a no-hitter for Pappas.
Milestones have been reached in Wrigley Field, too, like the day that Stan Musial came to Chicago and treated Cub fans to his 3,000th hit.
Here's the pitch. Line drive, there it is! Into left field! Hit number 3,000! A run is scored! Musial around first, on his way to second with a double! Holy cow, he came through!
27 years later, another great came through, too, when Pete Rose equaled Ty Cobb's all-time hit mark. But the best milestone of all belonged to Mr. Cub himself.
That's the fly ball, beats the left, back! That's it! That's it! Hey! He did it! Ernie Banks got number 500!
What a great thrill that was. Just tremendous there. It's a wonderful feeling. And as I was rounding the bases, I was thinking about all the people who have helped me become a Major League Baseball player. And, of course, playing here at Wrigley Field certainly has been a tremendous asset to my career.
There have also been days at Wrigley Field when our famous wind has had something to do with the final score.
Fly ball, left center, that's pretty well hit. Wow, come on. A home run for the pitcher. Wow. Ooh, boy. That makes it 7-0. Johnny Moore has just tripled one in. And the score of this ball game now is Philadelphia 7, the Chicago Cubs 6. Well, Maddox has a double and a home run in this inning. So now the score of the ball game is Philadelphia 15, the Cubs 6. A home run for Adams. And now the score of this ball game is 17-9.
Terry Martin with a 2-run home run. 7 runs here in the 5th inning. It's now 21-16. You got to be kidding. Kingman's 3rd home run of the ball game, and let me tell you, it's now 21-19, and I'm losing my voice.
It's a tie game. Oh, brother. Woo, boy. Look at that score. Look at it and blink your eyes. And if you don't believe it, we can understand. And the score at the end of 8 is Philadelphia 22, the Chicago Cubs 22. Mike Smith has just gotten his 2nd home run of the day, and now the Phillies lead in this ball game by a score of 23-22. And a very sad finish to one of the greatest games anybody has ever seen anywhere.
Fortunately, one of the greatest performances by any one Cub player had a happy ending. It was in 1984 when Cubs second baseman Ryne Sandberg put on a hitting clinic against Cardinals' Bruce Sutter.
Field and deep. This is a tie ball game.
It was a crazy afternoon, I'll tell you. You know, the fans were out here. We had a full house. They were going crazy, and I was just glad to be a part of that ball game.
Sandberg didn't only tie the game once, he did it twice.
Deep left center. Look out. Do you believe it? It's gone.
I think that was one of the games that made our players realize how good we could be. Everybody was watching it. All the Chicago Cub fans, I think, finally said, well, maybe the '84 Cubs can do it.
Of course, the '84 Cubs did do it, and went on to smash the Padres 13-0 in the opening game of the playoffs at Wrigley.
Sends it deep left field. Going back and looking up is Martinez. It's gone. Cubs lead 1-0. Cubs on home run by Dernier and Matthews. High to right, way back. This ball is gone.
After that, I guess the cynic and all Cub fans might say, sure, play enough games and you're bound to have some great moments. But let's be fair. The Cubs have won more games than any other one-city team in baseball history. So what if they've lost more, too? The point is, the Cubs have had their share of great players. I bet you didn't know that 35 Hall of Famers once put on their uniforms in a Cub clubhouse. That's 35, folks. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Most of them did play before 1945. So what? From 45 on, the Cubs have had some pretty good teams. And some guys who could play the game, too. None better, of course, than Mr. Cub himself, Ernie Banks. For 19 remarkable seasons, Banks' sunny disposition shined through the darkest days in Cub history, becoming along the way not only a deserving fan favorite, but a slugger of unlikely proportions.
I saw the first home run he ever hit, and that was in St. Louis at the old ballpark. Jerry Staley, who was a knuckleballer, was the pitcher, and Ernie Banks almost hit the scoreboard in left field. And little did I dream, or did he dream himself, that 511 more home runs would follow before he was through.
It was a surprise to me to be a home run hitter. When I played for the Kansas City Monarchs, basically I was a line drive single type hitter. And I joined the Cubs, and with the help of Ralph Connor and a lot of great home run hitters on that team, Hank Sauer, another great home run hitter, they gave me some pointers on how and what it took to be a home run hitter, and it helped me a great deal.
Although the Cubs were chronic losers during most of Banks' career, Ernie never gave less than his best, and in 2 consecutive seasons was recognized as the league's most valuable player.
It meant a lot to me because, first of all, unfortunately, my club did not win the pennant that year. We finished 5th both years, and it was kind of unusual for a player to be the most valuable player when his team was not in contention or winning the pennant. So it took me about 3 or 4 years to realize the importance of the awards and what it meant with so many outstanding players in the National League.
Even with all his personal triumphs, Banks' fondest memory involves the team.
It was July 2nd, 1967, when the Cubs went in a tie for first place, and it was the first time in 30 years that the club had been in a tie for first place that late in the season. And to see 42,000 people in that park really happy and overjoyed for that particular moment was a great thrill in my life and career.
Still, there was to be one other great moment in Ernie's career.
Bingo is my name. I'll play 3 today. Play 4. Play 5. Yes, I know who this is. Jack Lang from New York City. I can't hear you. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, my goodness. Thank you very much, Jack. Hey, 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 hey! Wonderful! Just great! Oh, just great. I just sit here waiting. Great. Thank you. We got the set in. Sunshine, fresh air. We got the team behind us. So let's play two.
Then there's our other Hall of Famer, Billy Williams. As natural and consistent a player as ever put on a Cub uniform. For 16 Chicago summers, Williams was a fixture in left field, and his 1,117 consecutive games played is the fourth longest streak in the history of the game. But remembering Billy is remembering that swing.
So much had been said about my swing. It was something that I guess I had when I first started playing baseball. A lot of people in baseball saw it, and a lot of people in baseball predict that I would win the batting title someday. And of course, it was a thing that, you know, I used to work at it. I had some traits of a good hitter, but I had to refine it. And with my determination, and of course with a great hitting coach like Roger Hansberry when he was with the Cubs, and we just worked on it, and all of a sudden I refined it and became one of the best swings in baseball.
That's hit way back. Say goodbye to that one. It is a home run. Hey, hey, Billy Williams put one all the way out of the ballpark on Sheffield Avenue. Man, did he whack it.
My approach to hitting the baseball is to get a good ball to hit and try to hit the ball hard. Now, luckily, 426 of those balls went out of the ballpark.
Billy hit from the deep center field. Going back to center fielder Roque, but it is gone. Way up there in about the 6th or 7th row in center field, Billy Williams has just socked his 37th home run of the year.
I really thought that one year I had the most valuable player won, and after I didn't get it, I was a little disenchanted.
Oh, that's hit. Back he goes. Back. Hey, hey! He did it! Billy Williams put it on the catwalk and riding the Cubs win the ball game.
I'd like to be remembered as being a consistent player. When the chips were down, I came through. You know, I was that money type player we speak of, a player's player.
A player's player, and finally, a Hall of Famer.
Is that right? Oh, no. Is that it? Oh, beautiful. Oh, man. Shoot. 86% of the votes, huh? Is that right?
For pitchers, how about Ferguson Jenkins? Maybe the greatest ever to take the mound at Wrigley Field. In 1971, Fergie won 24 games to lead the league and become the first Cub to win a Cy Young Award. Okay, so all of his 3,000 career strikeouts didn't come in a Cub uniform, but his 6 straight 20-win seasons did, and that's quite a feat.
He got it. That's it. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 7 strikeouts for Fergie. There's number 20 of the year for the 6th consecutive year.
Maybe someday soon, Fergie will get his due and join Banks and Williams in the Hall of Fame. And when he gets there, he might as well save some room for Ron Santo. For 8 consecutive seasons, from 1963 to 1970, Santo hit more than 25 homers and played the kind of third base that turned heads.
There's a liner. Hey, what a catch by Santo. Man alive, did Ronnie come up with one there. A duplicate of the play before.
Still, Santo's legacy will be the long ball.
That's pretty well hit. Get ready for number 300. Back. Hey! A home run for Santo, the 300th of his career. September 21, 1971, Santo did it. Number 300.
One of the reasons the Cubs came out on top a lot during the late 60s and early 70s was their infield. Joining Santo was Don Kessinger, the Cubs shortstop for more than a decade. Kessinger came to Chicago in 1965, and when he ended his 11-year Cub career, he set a team record by playing in 1,618 games at short. Although he had a little trouble at first, Kessinger turned into one of the finest fielders in the league.
Makes the play.
Foul ball. Backhand stop by Kessinger. Throws to second. A beautiful play by Buck. Oh, what a play. There's a drive. Caught by Kessinger.
And sometimes Kessinger could hit, too.
There's a drive in the left, and that's 6 for 6 for Kessinger. How about that?
Kessinger's infield cohort was second baseman Glenn Beckert, a scrappy, gritty competitor who teamed with Don for 8 years, giving the Cubs a double-play combination like Tinker and Evers of years before. Like Kessinger, Beckert could also hit, and in 1971 he finished with a .342 average, the highest by any Cubs second baseman since Rogers Hornsby.
Beckert leads the league in hitting. Now, here's the try at the plate. Kessinger to Croc. Beckert to second, in safely.
In 1976, Rick Monday made Cub fans proud with his actions all over the field.
Staub sends it up that power alley. Monday hurries over. Rick. Oh, what a grab by Monday! What a play by Rick Monday!
That year, Monday also made a unique play in Dodger Stadium when he prevented 2 people from burning an American flag in the outfield.
I don't think that I did anything that many other Americans would not only have done at that particular time, but hopefully going to be doing for another 200 years and protecting the rights and freedoms that we have in this country.
During his 7.5 seasons as a Cub, Bill Buckner never gave less than his all.
Did he or didn't he? He caught it. How about that? Boy, there's the catch of the year up till now. Buckner running hard. He's got it. Oh, what a finish. Bill Buckner with 2 sensational grabs in 2 days.
Billy Buck had come to the Cubs in 1977, and by 1978 he finished second in the league in hitting. 2 years later, he would lead the league with a .324 average. But in 1984, with the Cubs on the verge of something wonderful, Buckner was traded. Ultimately, he would miss the Cubs' greatest achievement in 39 years, a season in which the Cubs drew over 2 million fans for the first time in history, and everyone would watch the Cubs go right to the top.
Baseball season's underway. Well, you better get ready for a brand new day. Hey, Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs are gonna win today. They're singing, go, Cubs, go. Go, Cubs, go. Hey, Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs are gonna win today. Go, Cubs, go. Go, Cubs, go. Hey, Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs are gonna win today.
Well, I certainly hope we don't have to wait another 39 years for the next title. But then again, we don't want the next generation of Cub fans to grow up only as winners, do we? After all, most Cub fans grew up with losing. Hey, the Cubs taught us about losing. They taught us about never giving up. They taught us about patience. Boy, do we have patience. Still, when someone asks me to describe a Cub fan, I'm reminded of that old story. The one where the optimist looks at half a glass of water and says, it's half full. Pessimist says it's half empty. But a Cub fan, well, a Cub fan looks at that same glass of water and he says, when's it going to spill?
And don't tell me that's not justified. I mean, why in the heck would anyone continue to torture themselves and root for a team that hasn't won a pennant since 1945? Well, if you have to ask, you'll never understand. Rooting for the Cubs is in our blood. I bet there isn't a fan among us who didn't race home from school every now and then and try to catch the last few innings of a Cub game on radio and TV with the familiar voice of Jack Brickhouse.
Chicago Cubs Baseball Network. Well, it's opening day at Wrigley Field, a beautiful, sunshiny day. This is that moment we've been dreaming about all winter, especially when that snow was flying in January around here. Looks like we're going to have a full house this afternoon. I'm Jack Brickhouse. Stay with us. It's going to be a great day in Chicago.
Brickhouse's contributions to baseball were recognized when he was honored at the Hall of Fame.
It's been my privilege to broadcast the exploits of the Chicago Cubs and the Chicago White Sox for 40 years or more. There in Wrigley Field and Comiskey Park, I have experienced the joy and the heartbreak, probably more of the latter than the former. But Chicago and its beautifully loyal fans have had a resiliency which has kindled a perpetual flame of hope.
If ever a group of fans deserved to be in the hall, look no further than Cub fans, especially in 1969, when Dick Selma often whipped the bleacher bums into a frenzy. That year, even in defeat, Cub fans came across better than any other group of fans all over the country. After all, we showed those hated Met fans what rooting was all about. And so what if we lost? Winning isn't everything to a Cub fan. To us, the game's the thing. Now, we all know that the most knowledgeable baseball fans can be found at Wrigley Field, but how about the most visible? Well, they're Cub fans too, and they belong to a unique society founded in Washington, named after Emil Verbin, a supposedly long-forgotten second baseman of the 1940s.
A lot of sort of mythology got attached to the Cubs because they're so ecologically sound. They play on real grass and they play under the sunshine, and the Cubs were so miserable artistically that they went looking for all these other virtues. It's also, I think, has something to do with Chicago. Most really bitter American fights are about status, and Chicago has always felt a little put down. Someone writes a poem about them, and it's the hog butcher and the wheat stacker. That's not really what you'd want to be. So here you have this sort of bad image of a sort of rough-hewn city with an absolute doormat for a baseball team.
Here in Moscow, I have managed to redefine frustration. Frustration is being the honorary president of the die-hard Cubs fan club and being half a world away at their time of triumph. I mean, I have waited an entire lifetime waiting for the Cubs to win anything at all. And yet here in their finest days, I find myself half a world away on the banks of the Moscow River across the street from the Kremlin. And as you might suspect, my local Izvestia carries neither the box score nor the standings.
We walked up to the bar right by where I'm staying, and they have cable TV there, and we bought some drinks, and we bought the bartender a drink right away, and they were watching the U.S. Open tennis, and it was like we had to sort of bribe the bartender to get the Cub game on, you know? So we started, buying drinks and putting money out, big tips and everything. And then she told us that the cable was out of whack and that they weren't getting it. So he had to, pick up all of our tips and leave right away, of course.
All my life, I've believed in miracles. I believe that if you truly have faith, your dream will come true. And now, after 39 years of waiting, the miracle is happening. I was a sports announcer out in Des Moines. Since the sports announcing by way of the Cubs led to the Hollywood career, because it was going to California with the Cubs. They trained then at Catalina Island, and it was through that and through those visits that I was offered a screen test and quit making an honest living.
Ironically, Reagan's career would eventually come full circle when he played Cub pitcher Grover Cleveland Alexander in the movie The Winning Team.
They remember you, don't they? You've given them something to remember, Alex.
If Cub players can be remembered in Hollywood, then so should Cub fans. And they were in this television production of a play called The Bleacher Bums.
Take it over! Throw it back! Throw it back! Throw it back! Throw it back!
Excuse me, wasn't that a home run ball?
Yeah.
Well, don't they usually hang on to those for souvenirs, something like that? Why'd the kid throw it back?
Lady, that there is a class move. I mean, if somebody hands you some garbage, you gotta throw it back in their face, huh?
Whether or not throwing it back is a class move is certainly debatable. But you've got to admit, it's unique. Then again, that's what being a Cub fan is all about. And I'm sure the Cubs got a taste of that during that special '84 season, when they showed the fans just how much their support meant to them. That day, the Cub players thanked the fans, not only for 1984, but for 1945 and 1908. They thanked the fans for all the years of sticking with them, through all the losing, and finally, the winning.
You know, I can't even imagine this town without the Cubs. I can't imagine a summer's afternoon without all that talk on Michigan Avenue and out in the neighborhoods about this play or that hit, this win or that loss. I bet you almost everyone watching me right now can remember where they were the night the Cubs clinched the East in '84. That night, with all the memories, all the laughing and crying, the Cubs showed me how much a part of the city they really are. Oh, was it fun. And you just watch. One of these days, yeah, one of these days,